eyes. Insurrection Day, it's in the book and it's all lies. But now I am alive and well to tell it. But will generations down the line be able to sell it? I've always been a thinker on the search for both sides, but they label me an outcast and they cannot tell me why. Guess I'm just a black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. Why does affirmative action make them not hire me? Even in the countries where I'm the minority. Is my race just that awesome and no other could compete? Is that what the anti-whites are trying to tell me? Why am I always seen as such a threat? To the point they want to strip me down till there's nothing left. Old friends from high school, man, I haven't kept one. But I got a new crew and it's where I belong. Cause if you ain't going free, you ain't rolling with me. And there are even anti-whites in my own family. But I am the one who's comfortable with myself. I try to save them from the hate so wildly raising hell. Cause I'm the black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. I heard that Scotland is too white, is Nigeria too black? Don't get your panties in a bunch, cause I have the right to ask. See, I'm the black sheep, cause I call it hypocrisy. And the media will give you emotions, but they will not give you honesty. Yeah, you have your feelings, but I have the crime rate. And I'ma shoot to kill if there's a danger my way. So I do not blame the cops, just the ones who are cowards, who hesitate to pull the trigger unless it is one of ours. Cause he's a black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. So I put my people to death. I never hate my race, but until recently I didn't know history class was jacked completely. Found my new family with the team going free. My old family doesn't understand me, cause I am so pro-white. No coke, no Sprite. I am rolling with the public, gonna be more white. I saw them twist history right before my very eyes. Insurrection Day, it's in the book and it's all lies. But now
when there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my years for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Rage Against the Machine calls to abort the Supreme Court in the band's first show, lousy show in 11 years. They're calling for the murder of Supreme Court justices. I wonder if they will be executed for treason. Researchers in China claim they have developed mind-reading artificial intelligence that can measure loyalty to the Chinese Communist Party. Take a look at that. We also have, as an additional topic to cover here, the Matt Christensen video that he did about the New York killing of an aggressor, 2 non-whites involved. We'll dive in because everybody is wrong except for us. What a surprise. Featured story, Dear White People, when you say you don't see color, this is what we really hear. I'm intrigued, aren't you? Go free lesson of the day. Keep it Promethean. What does that mean to Kip? Doom divining something new. MC, when you are outgunned, you die with arms, but win with brains. We'll cover that. We will also have a reading from Crucible, Chapter 10, Questioning the Faith. And then there is this. A day after young Fernald's birthday, his mother is in her kitchen. Where else would she be, of course? Listening to her son play with his new electric train set in the living room. She hears the train stop and then hears her young Fernald say, all you who went off, get the hell off. And all you who went on, get the hell on. The mother is incensed. She marches into the living room and tells young Fernald that he is not allowed to talk like that and that he needs to go to his room for 2 hours and think about what he has done. And then, only then, can he play with his train again, as long as he never uses that language. 2 hours later, young Fernald returns to his train set, and she hears the train from the kitchen again. When she hears the train stop, she listens closely. All passengers who are disembarking, please remember all of your belongings. We hope you had a pleasant journey, and please have a safe rest of your day. All passengers who are just boarding, please remember to stow all of your luggage under your seat and have a safe and relaxing journey with us today. Young Fernald's mother smiles broadly, so proud, and then she hears young Fernald say this. And for all of you who are upset about the 2-hour delay, go see the bitch in the kitchen. Just after 5 p.m. outside of Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. We're going free, and we're going to get right into it. We're going to jump right over to the honors roll call and begin with the all-stars of the honors roll call. Please get out your raucous emojis so we can celebrate those individuals. At the very top of the all-stars list are Promethean Healing, a true champion if there ever was one. And who else do we have here? Actually, that might be it at the very top of the All-Stars. We then have the rest of the All-Stars of the honors roll call, and those individuals are Honoris and No White Guilt Clips, as well as George J. and Joseph and Child of Lindbergh, as well as Final Blossom. And then we have the rest of the honors roll call: Michigan Wave, DB Cooper, Happy Cat, JP, as well as All-Star, Roscoe, Diane, Ben, Wingit, and Save Western Civilization Now, as well as King Petrus, Brad C. And on that list, we also have Checking on Jack and Mark C., as well as Connor and Greg, User 426, etc., Ian and GMM, as well as Mr. Walker, Zenazak, Mavrent, and Gex. And rounding out the top of the honors roll call, we have WK Hendrickson, Evillian, and Scott. And just a word for everybody who is over Gum Road, to make sure that you are still subscribed and still financially gifting yours truly, as a bunch of you have disappeared recently from over at Gum Road, and I think that it was anti-whites at Gum Road's doing. If you would like to financially gift, and I ask you while I make that statement to give a raucous round of emojis, applause, 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 07s to all of those heroes who financially gift once every month without thinking about it, but also financially gift over the course of the month. Many of them do. They are true champions. We love and we need them to continue their support. You may financially gift at Entropy at a cost of 15% to you, which is up and running right now. You may also financially gift at Odyssey, also a cost of 15% to you. You may financially gift at Cash App at a cost of nothing to you. The descriptions for all are in the URLs for all in the description below. And you can also head on over to nowhiteguilt.org. You can click on the financial gift tab. There you will find cryptocurrency addresses that you can gift me with cryptocurrency. Please do. If you would like to do that, you can also find a snail mail address over there as well. And so you can financially gift a number of ways. We make all the ways available to you. Over the course of the previous week, we have no anonymous gifters. So I will jump right into Rage Against the Machine calls to abort the Supreme Court in the band's first lousy show in 11 years. I mean, when a group of old losers really should be giving things up. They look like homeless, abject homeless rejects in filthy clothing. East Troy, Wisconsin. It's been 11 years. I wish it had been 111 since Rage Against the Machine played a show. The band's return on Saturday at Alpine Valley Music Theater couldn't have come a moment too soon, says the author of this USA Today piece, One Levy. It was supposed to happen in 2020. The reunion tour was timed to precede the presidential election, of course, because they like to interfere by making their voices heard, and you're forced to hear them. But our voices aren't allowed to be heard because the anti-whites shut our voices down. It was supposed to happen in 2020, the reunion tour, as though Biden didn't even need to be alive to win that election. Starting 2 years later than planned because of COVID-19, the tour began with the state of the country still a dumpster fire, says Levy, and Rage and their fans have a growing number of issues to be enraged about. And one of the largest targets, not surprisingly, the Supreme Court, specifically the court's overturning of Roe versus Wade. These are vile pieces of garbage, ladies and gentlemen, and no one should give them any attention. Even if you liked any of their music in the past, you should reject it now. Them and the rest of the anti-whites are calling to break every law, to rewrite every law so that they can have their way. They can have their anti-white way. As you can finally see now, thank the good Lord, it's not a question anymore of whether or not the anti-whites are going to destroy Western civilization when there is nothing that they will honor. Finally, we can know the revolution is on. Game on. Revolution on. Researchers in China claim that they have developed mind-reading artificial intelligence. And if they developed it in China, if it's available in China, the anti-whites in the United States and across the West will soon have access to and want to use, be willing to pay anything to use this software so that they can find out, are you a good anti-white or not? Because if you're not a vile piece of human waste anti-white, like we need you to be, well, then it's going to be curtains for you. Researchers in China claim they have developed mind-reading AI. Multiple outlets have reported in a now deleted video. They reportedly said the software could be used to measure party loyalty. Last year, the U.S. sanctioned 11 Chinese institutes for developing purported brain control weaponry. Researchers at China's Comprehensive National Science Center claimed to have developed mind-reading artificial intelligence capable of measuring citizens' loyalty to the Chinese Communist Party. The Sunday Times UK first reported. Could you imagine the anti-whites with this power at their disposal? And you get to watch. We get to live in the age that we get to watch another country, a country that steals everything from under the sun from countries around it. We get to see that country pulling ahead in various ways, thanks to anti-whiteism, thanks to the multiracialism and people getting hired on the basis of race and sex and what they're sexually turned on by. What an age we live in. What an age we live in. Researchers over at China way ahead of everybody else. In a now deleted video, article, the Institute said the software could measure party members' reactions to thought and political education by analyzing facial expressions and brainwaves according to the Times. That's actually quite easy. That is actually quite easy. They know what regions of the brain light up during certain emotions. They know what regions of the brain light up during memory creation or during creativity, imagination. They know memory. They know these different regions of the brain. And so being able to watch this and also being able to watch micro movements on the face and things like this. This is the kind of thing that's coming to the United States. Make no mistake, the Democrats are willing to destroy everything that's left, every vestige. Thank God, because as they destroy everything, then your average ordinary white person won't be able to confuse the anti-white America of today with what the founding fathers created so long ago now, it seems, an eternity ago. AI and machine learning expert Elliott wrote in Forbes last week that without knowledge, the specifics of the research study, it's impossible to prove the validity of the Institute's claims. This is certainly not the very first time the brainwave scan capability was used on human subjects in an effort, he wrote. That being said, using them to gauge loyalty to the CCP is not something you would find much focus on. When such AI is used for governmental control, a red line has been crossed. Yeah. So says Elliott, and you can rest assured the anti-whites will say that no red line has been crossed. Could you all please share the URL for the show today? I tried to start the show off by putting it up on Restream, and that just went to shit. That just went to absolute shit. It didn't broadcast, and so it is shit. And I don't think I will be doing that ever again, unless we can find a way for it not to be shit. Dear white people, when you say you don't see color, this is what we really hear, writes Dana Brown Lee, which is kind of a funny name for the black author of this. Is she just black or is she something else in black? So she's black. Brown Lee. Like, was she, were her ancestors in servitude to any of the Lees of Virginia? And so she became the Brown Lee instead of just the Lee. I don't know. More than 2 years after the summer 2020 racial reckoning, many organizations have realized the hard way that having productive conversations about race can be both challenging and uncomfortable, writes this anti-white bitch. Much of the difficulties lie in our fundamentally different perspectives born out of drastically different life experiences and dreadfully low levels of racial literacy, humility, and stamina. So you see, folks, as a white person, you need to develop your racial literacy, your racial humility, and your racial stamina. This is another good thing. Just like the Democrats destroying everything. They want to destroy the Supreme Court. They want to destroy how the House operates. They want to destroy how the Senate operates. They want to give increasing powers to their presidents when they're in. And I guess from now on, it'll be their presidents, since voting is something they dominate now in one way or another. But this is good because white people used to, for a very long time, they used to talk about how they don't see color. So many of what are commonly referred to as cuck-servatives, not conservatives, not good people, not patriots, not nationalists, but cucks who want to turn over Western civilization to other races, as though Western civilization, as though the ideas are what matters and not the people who create them, or the descendants that are supposed to inherit them, and who instead will inherit anti-whiteism and unending hatred and blame for being white and all of the failings of non-whites, imagined and real, throughout all of recorded history. Those people are cuck sons of bitches. And they get away for a long time. They get away with, hey, I just don't see color. I don't know what's going on. Why do you people care so much? I haven't seen color in so long. Well, we've been telling them all along that those who are victimizing us do see color. So it doesn't matter. You bringing colorblind to race war is no defense. You bringing colorblind to a racial attack on your existence is no defense. And that's how they've been losing for so long. Our fundamental friction point that renders many race conversations dead on arrival is whether we should be talking about race or color in the first place. In fact, I don't see color has become a common refrain from many white and some non-white professionals. I've never seen non-whites say this, except those who are getting speaking invitations and getting paid $10,000 to speak at conservative events. Those are the only non-white people I've seen that will say, oh, I don't see color, who view discussions of race as anachronistic, unnecessary, troublemaking, encouraged by negative naysayers sowing division. Many in this crowd are quick to shut down any potential race-focused conversations with tired, sanctimonious references to Dr. King, Emperor, God, demigod, demigoddess, Lord of all history and time, Dr. King, not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Comment in his infamous I Have a Dream speech that was ultimately purloined from, I think it was a Tennessee congressman. In my opinion, you'll have to check it out for yourself. Read his, it was a Tennessee, maybe congressman, maybe it was a state rep, but read his speech and see if his I Have a Dream speech many years earlier is not ultimately the same speech with some words changed here or there. It's up to you. It's your opinion. And just like this is my opinion. What do we say, though, when with the MP that where the anti-whites will say judge a man, or even a cuck-servative will say judge a man by his character rather than the color of his skin? You say, okay, let's repeal all the anti-white laws, codes, and customs that legalize discrimination against white people on the basis of race. Let's do that. And let's get rid of the morality, the anti-white morality that informs every application of every law and code and custom and norm, etc., across Western civilization that victimizes Western kind and then gives preferential treatment as way of an accident to non-white people because they need somebody to give it to when they're victimizing Western kind. They claim an unearned high ground that abruptly stifles and neutralizes very necessary, long overdue grappling with fundamental issues of racism and inequality. Racism we don't use. Of course, it's an anti-white slur. Good to see all of you here today as we hit the bottom of the hour, cramming a bunch of the show into 30 minutes of the show into 15 minutes. Looks like we're having some people finally show up. It's good to see you all who are showing up. Please share the URL, because this is being ridiculous. That software didn't work like it was supposed to. Please share the URL. While many people of all, and this is coming to you from Forbes, I'm reading from Forbes. While many people of all racial backgrounds are quite well-intentioned when they assert the familiar, I don't see color, it's been, let's be race neutral refrain. I really despise when white people, I have to tell you, I mean, I'm not in a good mood after the restream fucking things up. There being not even 100 people here as a consequence. So please share the URL. But when white people have said this over the years, I don't see color. I don't see color. I every time I get so pissed off. I mean, I respond with equanimity. I respond in a way that makes them look like they actually look to the world, which is that their head is up their ass and they're high on the fumes. But ultimately, it pisses me off to no end, because they do see color. Everyone knows that what they mean by color is race. They do see race. Everyone knows they see race. They're just refusing out of cowardice to defend themselves and their children. That's what's happening. They are refusing out of cowardice and poor character to defend themselves, our people, and their children. Dr. King, and not be judged by the color of the skin, but by the content of their character comment in his infamous I Have a Dream speech. Let's see. While many people of all racial backgrounds, we saw that. Oh, no, we didn't. Let's be race neutral. Refrain from the simple truth is that for many black and brown people, those words are like nails on a chalkboard, flashing red lights that evoke a visceral feeling of angst, disappointment, and frustration. The truth is that when white people say, I don't see color, many black and brown people hear a very different message. In fact, I don't see color often sounds like code for what they're really feeling and thinking. Sentiments like these. And then this Brown Lee goes through, and we'll read these as well. And I think we'll take a look at that Matt Christensen video. Not the whole video. I'm just going to put it up, and then I'm going to tell you his conclusion and your typical conservative and your white negative people that want to hate other races. But until we get there, we'll continue with this. They're actually thinking, thank goodness I don't have to think about race. And then she goes into this total non sequitur. Right-handed people probably don't notice that spiral notebooks, 3-ring binders, credit card swipers, school desks, scissors, tape measures, and many other everyday items are designed for right-handed people. They do notice, and the left-handed people who notice, at least those who are sane, understand that, well, the reason why everything is set up for right-handed people is because there are infinitely more right-handed people, and it is not cost-effective to make these things any other way. But of course, Brown Lee is looking for a specious argument to support her anti-white conclusion. Why not? Because they simply don't have to. They get to move through the world without thinking about any of these everyday nuances for nuisances, for left-handed people, because right-handed people are the default. That is totally inapplicable to the discussion about race and the point she is trying to make. But she is using it because she's anti-white as all hell. She wants to get to an anti-white conclusion where we victimize white people and destroy Western civilization. The world is configured to suit them. Similarly, for centuries, white people have had the privilege of not needing to think about, focus on, or actively see race because they haven't needed to do so. You bitch. We built our civilization. No shit. We don't think about the fact that we're white in our houses. No shit. We invited you in. We allowed you to come in, bitch. Anti-white bitch. We allowed you to come in. And now you're going to complain that in the house that we built, that it suits us? You. Get the fuck out if you don't like it.
That's what I have to say. Get the fuck out if you don't like it. Yeah, we built Western civilization to suit us, bitch. You want a country to suit you? Go build it. We allowed you ungrateful motherfuckers to stay and to move in. And now this is what we, boy, you built this place to suit you. No shit. A black person never say, I don't see color because our race and culture are not the center of the universe, explained Shanine Daniels, author of the, your race is not the center of the universe because you can't build shit, because you didn't build a civilization to suit you. You know where you can find some place that will suit black people? Africa, where you built your civilization. You haven't built shit here. You didn't build a civilization here. You contributed, the excellent black people have contributed to America, but if you want a black civilization that suits you and that it revolves around you, the universe revolves around you, then take your black ass and plant it on African soil, because that's where that civilization exists. Shanine Daniels. Dismantling, she's the author of Dismantling Systemic Racism in the Workplace. We do not have that privilege. You do have a privilege. In fact, I will privilege you with a ticket to Africa. One way. I'm not comfortable. This is the other thing white people are thinking. She says, I'm not comfortable talking about, and I actually agree with this Brown Lee in many places about all these cuck white people, about these feckless, dickless females of both sexes, white people, who just allow themselves to be steamrolled, and they want to just say, I don't see color. I don't see race. I don't see race. Well, you'll be seeing stars because I'm going to knock your fucking teeth out. I'm so sick of this shit. You don't see race? How about stars? How about stars? Do you see those? Because you need to have some sense slapped into your dumb ass. Unfortunately, the I don't see color comment oftentimes, oh boy, I hate the word oftentimes. You just say often. Just say often. It often just shuts down conversation. It's a subtle message to the group that seeing race is bad, is a bad thing, and therefore shouldn't be discussion about it. There shouldn't be a discussion about it. I don't see color is the get out of talking or doing anything about racism card that good white people carry in their wallet. I think non-white people, and just anti-whites in general, white, non-white, etc. I think they should just go to slapping white people who say this. I don't see race. Just slap them. You won't get in trouble. You won't, and if they arrest you, they'll drop the charges. You know it's true. We live in a dictatorship of anti-white. It's just nothing but anti-whiteism. Just say you're a Democrat and you're anti-white, and they will let you go, as they always do in America and across the West. Just say you're a Democrat and you're anti-white, and you get to go free. Just like you can stalk Supreme Court justices if you're anti-white. You can chase them out of restaurants if you're anti-white, and it's all good. There's a law to put you in jail forever, but it's not applied. So just slap white people who say, I don't see race. And I will applaud you as somebody who cares about white well-being. I, in fact, will be delighted to see you slap the spit right out of their mouths repeatedly. I don't see color. Insists Teresa Robinson, DEI, anti-racism educator, master trainer. We're going to have to get before these, you know that, in the future, if we don't have our revolution. Because the revolution's on, baby. The revolution is on. Democrats can do whatever they want. They can shut down anything they want. They can cut tongues out of mouths anytime they want, break law any way they want, change government any way they want. Okay, game on, motherfucker. Game on. Do whatever you want, game on. Master trainer is going to sit you down and is going to hook you up to the electrodes for the Chinese invented AI to see how loyal you are to anti-whiteism. And if you're not loyal to anti-whiteism, well, there's going to be punishments for you. There's going to be victimization for you. From the TMR and associates. Quote, they flash it every time the subject of race or racism comes too close for their continued comfort. Arguably, the I don't see color assertion is a subtle manipulation requesting an immediate change of topic. It is. It is, because they're cowards. They have no dignity, they have no class, and they have no character. That's your typical white person. That is your typical white person. So, when they do that, when they say, I don't see race, and they're either they're such cowards that they'll even say, I don't see color. When they do that, please just slap them. This is another thing they say according to Brownlee. Please give me credit for not being racist. Perhaps the most obvious way to interpret the I don't see color comment is one of self-congratulation. Indeed, they're making it known that they're not a racist white person. Oh, they're a good white person. They're just such a goodie. They're such a good anti-white BOS. They're good. They are, in fact, a good white person. And as a good white person, this is what the anti-white, Brownlee, the anti-white, is putting the quotes of good. Like, she doesn't think you're good. Anti-whites don't think you're good, cucks out there. All of you cucks out there, go look in the mirror and slap your white face hard as you can, because no anti-white out there, whether they're white, non-white, whatever, thinks that you are good. They don't think you're good when you say this. They don't think you're good when you're villainy signaling. They think you are a liar. They can see how white your ass is, and they're ready to continue kicking your white ass down the street happily. That they are non-racist, that they don't even have the ability to notice race. And then Brownlee says here, please, stereotypically doing nothing to undermine the stereotype. Beyond sounding a bit narcissistic, and the comment feels invalidating. Quote, when I'm not on the receiving end of it, it feels like a pronouncement, an announcement that the person is erasing the part of me at the source of their dis-ease, of their discomfort, insists Robinson. Quote, it's incredibly insulting to be informed that an aspect of my non-white superior identity will be treated as unseen and erasable by you lily white lying bastards. Folks, that traffic in the narrative and others like it are trying to convince the world and themselves that they're not racist. Ultimately, the message that they project is that it's more important for everyone to know how non-racist they are, how anti-white they are, than it is to acknowledge, much less ameliorate, any race-related problems. Please, Brownlee, I am on my knees. Forbes will publish you. The biggest, because white race is in charge for the benefit of the white race, Forbes will publish your anti-white ass. The biggest establishment media will publish your anti-white ass. I'm on my white knees, and I'm begging you. Write articles that tell fellow anti-whites of all races to bitch slap, backhand, pull the hair of, grab the back of the neck, and force their faces in shit, like a dog who has gone to the bathroom in the living room. Force their faces in shit of how evil they are for being white. Oh, the thing is muted? No. Please push their face in it to show them exactly how awful they are for being white. I plan to do absolutely nothing to combat racism, is the other thing that white people are secretly saying when they say they don't see race, or when they're so scared they say I don't see color. Just as a cancer patient prefers a radiologist who can actually see and detect cancer, equality committed workplaces require people
who can see and detect racial microaggressions and other race-related inequalities. So you're going to have people in there that's looking for the microaggressions. So this is more of the forced harmony, the forcing of multiracial harmony that we are compelled to do to enable all of this diversity, which is supposed to be such a strength, to work at all. To work at all. We have to spend infinite amount of money and time and genius and effort, all of which could be going someplace else to make our lives better, to make Western civilization better, to keep us in a competitive state against other countries in the world, like China, who just announced that, and of course, like everything else, they say something and then they pull back. So maybe it's true, maybe it's not true, that they want to take the moon for their own, that they intend to build a moon base on it. There have been several of these claims made by Chinese officials in the Communist Party, and then they reel it in again and again and again and again. So it's my opinion. Just make sure you check it out for yourself. And when you do, make sure you check it out with MSNBC, CNN, and all, because they are the arbiters, even more so than God himself, of what is true in the world. As we know, anti-whites, Democrats of all stripes, get to declare what is reality, and everybody else just has to conform to it. Naturally, that requires being able to see race and color and notice when race is impacting outcomes. So ultimately, 10 minutes left in the top of the hour. We're going to take a quick look at Matt Christensen. Good guy. You should check his stuff out. He has infinitely more subscribers than I do. He won't do the same for me, rest assured. But you should check it out, though, nonetheless, and we'll take a look at it. But ultimately, in all seriousness, I agree in many ways, as I've been saying, with this Brownlee. And it goes on in this vein where she makes fun of white people because she says that they're ultimately saying, I have to be, I am safe if I quote MLK, right? I'll just do that to avoid any real nuanced discussion or analysis. So here she is, Dana Brownlee over at Forbes. Go over there and have a read of her article. She ends with, certainly we can't afford to stick our heads in the sand by pretending we don't see color. So please, the next time you feel inclined to say that you don't see color, think again. Totally applaud you there, Dana Brownlee. Reach out to every white person and let them know how much you object to them. You object to them using that ignorant statement. So let's see if I can find Matt's. I do not see. Is it not up here? Maybe it isn't, but we can have it up in just a moment. Just put it up on the screen so you can see. So he covered this story about Jose Alba and Austin Simon, and somebody mentioned it to me this past week. Somebody mentioned it to me this past week. Ultimately, this Jose Alba was is a 61-year-old Dominican who got his citizenship 14 years ago. I didn't find anybody saying how he got his citizenship, but Austin Simon, a ex-con, is how he's being referred to. He is no longer with us. He's deceased. Condolences go to his loved ones. All the white, pundits, these notes I wrote to myself, are up in arms and indignant in a way they would not be for a white shop owner, which demonstrates disgraceful character and cowardice. So you see, especially on Fox News, all these twits just jabbering away at how stunned they are, and is there any reality in the world? And everywhere you look, conservative content creators, Republicans, upset over the way that Jose Alba is being treated. You know very well that if this were a white shop, we all know, there's no use in denying this, that if Jose Alba were actually a white shop owner, defended himself, and was sent to jail for doing so, because this has happened many times. It has happened many times. There are people on subways up in New York that defended themselves and were destroyed as a consequence. So many times. And these white leaders, content creators, thought leaders, etc., they have nothing to say, because your life doesn't matter to them. Why are you still listening to their garbage? So ultimately what happened, though, is a bunch of non-white people got upset over the immediate treatment of Alba, which, of course, he was immediately locked up. He had a $50,000 bail that was placed on him. And the prosecutor and the judge, everybody involved, they wanted to make sure that this guy was going to be destroyed ultimately. Let me see. I have a note here. Matt makes a point out of the treatment of Alba changing based on the mob's outrage. And this is a good point that he makes toward the end of this video. But I wanted to point something out. So this non-white mob decided that they were upset over the way Alba was being treated. And so what happened? The prosecutor and the judge suddenly decided, oh, $50,000, I'm sorry, $5,000 bail. And of course, I think, what is it, 5% or 10% or something of the bail, then you're released. So they released him, and he has an ankle, one of these ankle bracelet things. And Matt makes the point about the charges and the way they're handling Alba being changed based on the outrage of the mob is not a good thing. I'll point out something that he didn't point out. This is normal for the third world, for punishments, for the justice, because there is no justice in the United States now, because we are the third world. So when it comes to anti-white non-whites, if they're outraged, shit changes. Make no mistake. If I killed somebody in defense of my life, it wouldn't matter how many of you who complained or came out and said this is unfair, was defending himself. It wouldn't matter. They would not change the overstep of the law that they had used to put me away for the rest of my life for defending myself. You know it. I know it. Matt knows it. Everybody knows it. So this is only applying when it is a non-white, and it's non-white people, probably almost all of them are anti-white non-white people, who are outraged by the way that Alba is being treated. If you don't know, what happened was Alba is a clerk at a little store in Harlem or something like this in New York, sort of the place that I guess you should expect. You should expect children dancing through fields of sunflowers and all things good and wholesome at all times. And so a woman comes in there with her child, and she has one of these, what is it, EBT card or something? In other words, your money, my money. And she said, I want to buy this for my daughter. And the guy, Alba, rings it up, and it doesn't work. It's empty or something. She's used all of my money on it. All of what, while I'm poor as all hell, used all my money on it. And so she can't get it. So the Alba takes the product away from the little girl, I guess, who probably had already torn it open and was eating it and going to just eat whatever, if that's what it was. I thought it was like a snack food. Maybe I'm wrong, though, but check it out. And he takes it away. Well, the woman decides, you're going to give it to me anyhow, or I'm going to destroy the store. He says, nope, not doing it. She starts ransacking the store. Then she says, I'm going to send my boyfriend, Austin Simon, back, the boyfriend of, I don't know, that day, that week, or whatever it is. I'm going to send him back, and he's going to show you. So this guy comes back. I mean, all this is premeditated, right? It is premeditated. So she goes to get him. He comes back. He goes behind the counter. He starts pushing around Alba, and then grabs Alba by the neck. Alba grabs a box cutter, and here they come again, like all the way back. Aren't there enough box cutters in New York? And is that just like the state animal, the state insect, and the state tree is the box cutter in New York? That's all you're going to have to defend yourself. Maybe not even that, because now New York, the Supreme Court told New York, no, you're not allowed to decide whether or not a person's life is legitimate enough to defend. And then New York Democrats, once again, anti-whites, deciding that they're just lawless as all hell. They don't care at all about it, which is why I say revolution is on. It is their position. The revolution is on. It's the Democrat anti-white position that the revolution is on. They don't care what the Supreme Court says. They went ahead and said, well, we're going to look at, what was it, 2 years of all of your social media. You got to give us all your social media, 2 years worth of it or whatever. Then we'll decide based on that whether or not you're allowed to defend yourself. So as long as you're anti-white, you get to have a gun. If you're not anti-white, you don't get a right to defend yourself. So maybe it'll just be box cutters. And then maybe those who are not anti-white won't even get box cutters. But Alba, being non-white, did have a box cutter. And he started slashing at and stabbing this Austin Simon. And Austin Simon ultimately continued fighting, which is kind of odd. When you went there to beat this guy up and he stabs you, you would think maybe the fight is over. I need to go get medical attention. No, Simon continues to fight, which makes you think that maybe he wanted to get the knife from Alba and then use it on Alba. I don't know, but he continues to fight while he's in this state, and Alba continues to struggle. And as a consequence, Simon just goes ahead and pumps all of his blood out of his body. And maybe he didn't learn back, before he dropped out in 4th or 5th grade, that you need blood in your body to live. And so he fell down and died. And that's what happened to Austin Simon, the ex-con. And then the police showed up. They didn't arrest the woman who went to premeditated to get Simon, who ultimately is responsible for Simon being dead. Because Simon, when he was told about this happening, he probably just thought, I want to get a piece of ass. And if I go down there and I beat this guy up, I'm going to have ass for like a whole week at least from this woman. And instead, he's dead. So his ass is sticking up in the air as a consequence. And this woman not arrested, she should have been arrested because she's the reason why he's dead. She premeditated the whole thing. It all starts with her. The child should probably be taken away and given to a non-white family who would be better for her than this non-white woman. Maybe a non-white family who's not anti-white. How about that? Give the child to a non-white family who's not anti-white. That sounds appropriate, but New York won't do that. They're making sure that they get rid of all people who are not anti-white in that state. Rest assured, you're all going to be purged as quickly as they can get to you. Once a great place. Many great people came from there. Not so much anymore. Just like Virginia. So, a bunch of non-white people complain that Alba ends up going to jail and facing life and more life. And so now he's free. And that's the way law and order works in the United States. It's a great point that Matt makes. I like Matt. Makes a lot of good videos. I check him out from time to time. I put him on double speed. And you should do the same. Nice guy. I've never talked to him, never met him. I probably would not talk to somebody who cares about the white race openly. But I don't know. Ask him. We'll see if he'll change his mind. So that's the point he makes. But we know, of course, the point he's making is a general point that if a mob gets mad, then law and order is changed. Like what the prosecutor was going to do, what the judge is going to do is changed. That's a problem. Well, that's not what's happening here. That's not what's happening. You all know it's very true. It wouldn't matter how many white people got out to go crazy over me, because we have had instances. There was a guy who lived in Arlington, very well known in the white sympathetic sphere. I disagreed with a lot of what he decided to do in his advocacy. Nonetheless, they locked him up in a psychiatric institution, and it didn't matter how many white people complained about this total unlawful arrest and detention of this individual. They weren't going to let him go. The only way he got let go is because he played a good guy and collaborator while inside the psychiatric institution. If you all didn't know, now you do, some inside baseball. So they wouldn't do it. So it's not about a mob getting to decide what is law and order. That's not what's happening at all. This is about non-white people, and specifically anti-white non-white people getting to decide what is law and what will go and what will not. And if a prosecutor hasn't gone far enough on a white person like me, needs to go further, he will or she will when the anti-white, non-white mob shows up, or whether or not there are white people in there or not, when they show up and start screaming for more blood, they will. And if it's one of their folks, the prosecutor will rein it in, the judge will rein it. That's what actually happened. Well, conservatives in this case will get it wrong, as is always the case for conservatives. Because conservative people, great people. Republican voters, great people. Patriots, nationalists, great people. The content creators, the leaders are scum, and you need to reject them at your first opportunity. Because they're going to say here that this isn't about race. It's about leftism. It's not about race. Because you can see that it was the leftists that wanted this done to this. It's leftist policies that would do this to a person defending themselves. You see, he wasn't white. He was non-white, and they locked him up. So this is about leftist ideology. This is about woke ideology that causes this. Wrong, cuck. Wrong. The white negative folks who just want to hate on races all day long, they're going to jump in and they're going to say, oh, you see, we've been right all along. They'll be standing right beside the cucks out there, and they'll be saying, see, black people are the special people. They're the ones who are given the best treatment. They're the ones who are treated in kid gloves. These are the folks, the white negative people, just want to hate on blacks all day long. Want to talk about black crime statistics, etc., all day long. Just hate on blacks, hate on Jews, hate on whoever. These are the folks who'll come forward and they'll say, see, the blacks are special. And you can see here, because this Alba, he is Hispanic. And so therefore he's going to get jailed, even though he defended himself against this black guy who came there to do what to him, to who knows, to beat the hell out of him at a minimum. You know what the truth is? The truth is this. Open your ears, cucks out there and white negative folks. The truth is this. Anti-whiteism has created codes and policies to inflict injury on Western kind. They've created a anti-white morality that they have inflicted on us through countless iterations in movies, in novels, in magazines, in the classroom, etc., that have educated us with a new anti-white morality. And therefore, the anti-white morality informs all decisions of current codes and laws, etc., and new ones that, even though they don't specifically speak to race, will be interpreted racially in their application. So what does this mean? This means that these laws, policies, codes, norms, anti-white narrative, etc., were set up to victimize white business owners. Because the majority of the country, the vast majority of the country was white, still white. The vast majority of those business owners that are getting harmed by these sorts of encounters are white. What is this called when a non-white person ends up getting harmed by something that was created to harm Western kind and Western civilization? It's called collateral damage, dumbass.
civilization is at risk of collapsing under the weight of anti-whiteism. Anti-whiteism is all concepts, ideologies, actions, and everything deriving therefrom, such as opinions, policies, laws, and rules, that inflict injury on Western kind and Western civilization. There is no Western civilization without Western kind. If you care for the well-being of Westmen and their great civilization, read Go Free by Jason Koehner. Arm yourself with the psychological defense for the psychological warfare being waged against Westmen, and spread this knowledge to others. Become an advocate for white well-being. Support white positive persons and organizations. Let anti-white persons and organizations know that you disapprove of their words and actions. Call out anti-whiteism wherever you see it. Protect children from anti-white indoctrination. Do whatever else you feel is best within legal means to help ensure the well-being of Western kind. Thank you in advance.
You're bidding with your time. Get out your pity, I know a better place. I won't leave you halfway. In a fair world we could say, go and tell the sun it fades. Oh, I know tells me that you're bound to break. I know what you're giving. Get out right away. I know you're not fitting with the fray. In a fair world we could say, get to the higher phase. Oh, I know
drowning in the argument. The anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. All right. Can everybody hear me okay? I changed the mic settings, hopefully to make that song sound better. And if it didn't, you can blame StreamYard, because they're the ones who suck, if that's the case. Let's get on to, I'll take a look at what you all are saying in your financial gifts. We have Yiz, the eunuch and unifier over here at Entropy. God bless you, sister. True champ. She says here, $5 financial gift. She writes, weekly folk tithe to remind everyone that family and community are absolutely crucial to our success. Making in-person connections and creating go-free clubs is something we should all be doing. KIP, and with a little white heart emoji. KIP, and we'll be talking about KIP in just a moment. Actually, for all of those out there who are new, you don't know what KIP means when we say that to each other, I will be sharing that. Let's get out a big round of raucous emojis. Get them out of your pockets, and get out your 07s as well, please, for somebody who is just setting the world on fire, and that is Dude Bro Moment. Financially gifting $50 US, 50. Thank you so much, good brother. You are a real champion. You have become so unbelievably just reliable, and I am eternally grateful. He writes here with his great princely munificence, for white well-being. Amen to that. For white well-being, indeed. Looks like we did have a $1 financial gift from our 2 days ago that I missed because it came late in the show. $1 financial gift from White Wellbeing Advocate over here on Odyssey, another one of our champs. He writes, in my area, there are more females of any age who dress in yoga pants and shorts way too small to cover their cheeks, or skirts that are shorter than panties. Then there are women who do not. Boy, yeah, this subject, and there's this guy that I do want to take a look at, maybe have him on, who talks about permitting there being socially permitting premarital sex, and then what ends up happening to women in a society in very short order when there is premarital sex. And what you essentially see here, for example, is it's an arms race, or maybe it's an ass cheeks race. Maybe it's a genitals race. I mean, they do everything they can to win over men with their, well, you could say with their youthful appearance. And then there are women out there who attempt to win over men with their not so youthful appearance, rather than the skill sets of a mother, a lover, a friend, a homemaker, which is the most important job in all of Western civilization. Homemaker, most important job. And anybody that would say that's no lip service, that's no paternalism, that is a fucking fact. Homemaker, most important job in Western civilization, because it's from that chrysalis that the Andrew Jacksons or the things that are attracted to vacuums spring. Okay? Look at all of these single moms out there. Some of them are wonderful people, and some of them have raised great kids. But look at all these single moms out there who produce these effeminate, effete, weak-willed, feckless losers of males. I mean, it's just rampant. So women are out there showing off their naughty bits, and that is because there is premarital sex. So that will have to be addressed. Obviously, Western civilization is in ruins. I mean, there is no organizational entity or entities or anything that is large scale establishment, connected or a commensurate that pushes back against anything that anti-whites want to do. Anything they want, they just incessantly win and destroy everything that we have ever done. So you can't physically fight them back. There's no voting and no violence that's going to recapture our destiny. We can vote to bring other people to awareness of what does work, but what does work is a psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against us. And all of my years have demonstrated to me and many of you that there are a lot of people out there that are just either midget wits, midwits, or uber midwits who just are incapable of getting it. And so it's got to be something that those who are fluid enough, agile enough in their intelligence and in their courage, and selfless enough to selfishly adopt what works. Did you hear that? Selfless enough to selfishly adopt what works, that are going to lead the way and continue to lead the way. And then at some point, we will get more and more to get onto the bandwagon. After these apostles have come forward, we will get more to get onto the bandwagon, more to use the concepts that overcome the psychological warfare that's waged against us by dint of our numbers and by dint of our unwillingness to take any bullshit off of people who continue to get in the way. You know, one of these days, these people who continue to actively get in the way of the good that we're doing, they're not going to be roadblocks. They're going to be speed bumps, African style speed bumps. If you've seen what they've done to people who have been naughty in Africa. We have Truth Behind the Paywall says, Jason speaks truth, exclamation point. Thank you. I appreciate it. Summer Lee astutely says, thank you, dear sister. They want a conversation about race, but they don't want an honest one. Yeah, exactly. Summer Lee helping me out too with the sexual appeal, the women out there competing with one another. Yeah, there's no way for a good woman. I mean, a good woman just has to accept. A good woman today is like a good man today. A good man today is not going to get selected. I mean, just unless he's pretty, and then like the next tier down is all dark features by a white woman. Not going to get selected. A good woman today not going to get selected until he's older, when the women have gone through a bunch of others and been dated guys that were no good or guys that were out of their league and just would have them. And then the women are jaded and then they hate men. They say, it's all men. It's all men. And then they go and they get with the good guy and they feel like they're stepping down to be with him. And it shows throughout the totality of their relationship. Good women today, they can't compete because they don't want to go out there and show off their ass cheeks and their nipples and everything like that. So they have to wait until the attention-getting whores are no longer remotely possible for the men of her age group, and then she starts getting looked at. So we can't continue like this. You know, hello, heads up. We can't continue like this. Everything is on fire. It can't continue like this. Let me see what's being said over here on Cash App. We have a champ, Douglas, financially gifting $7. Thank you so much, brother. Really appreciate you, and I appreciate that financial gift. We also have our most dependable lady of ladies. I love Jesus Christ. Financially gifting 10 US dollars. God bless you and thank you so very much. And you know what we do? I caught the glimpse of something on the screen there. Somebody writing about thoughts out there. You know what we do? The way you handle this thought phenomenon, because women they just get absorbed by this. They just get absorbed. Look at all the attention that I get. Look at all the attention I get. Various ways of thoughterry, right? To be out there. You know, from what everybody has known for all of our lives and more, where they're on a screen or they're on a magazine and they're just doing anything for the world, you know, all the way up to, boy, they stay dressed, but they'll get up close to the microphone and go and then talk to you on screen like you were their boyfriend or you were their girlfriend, and all that thoughterry. We could take care of it real fine. 85% tax. 85% tax on all of your earnings for the damage it does to Western civilization. Go right ahead. That'll cure it real quick. Guaranteed. We also have Marco is back. And this is not the bad Marco. This is the good Marco. $10 financial gift. And he writes, "You are the best." Wow, I really appreciate that. This is not foam-wearing Marco Rubio. This is the good Marco. This is the antithetical Marco. God bless you. And thank you, everybody who's financially gifting. Times are not getting easier. All right. We're going to get into the going free lesson of the day, which is Keep It Promethean. I'll take a quick look. Remember, tag me on any of these platforms with no white guilt. Tag me with no white guilt. If you want to reach out to me, you can also get over into the question widget, which is the Tall Kevin widget on Entropy, if you want to leave a question or comment that won't disappear. Otherwise, you can financially gift. And if you do, all financial gifts are read of any size. Of any size. You don't have to gift as much, as Dude Bro Moment. You could gift $1 with your question or comment. Let's see. Franklin is here. Jerome V is here. Kingdom of Inland. Bell Curve has little flames. I must have been doing something good. He says, smash the like button, folks. Yes, smash the like button. You're going to have to participate. You're not going to be able to sit back in this community. You're going to have to participate. We are the ones who are going to make this happen. We are the ones. I'm going to be talking some more about the organizational entity a little bit later in the program if you want to know more about that. And I hope you do. And I'm going to be asking for your suggestions. But we're the ones who are going to have to make it happen, or it's not happening. And look at all that we've already done. Look at all that we've already accomplished. You know who just followed me on Twitter? Somebody with 200,000 subscribers. You know where I am, right? You know where I am. In this universe of operating inside this anti-white narrative, where am I? I'm outside of it. It's not easy. It's not easy for folks to say, and you know this if you're here and you're going free, you're a part of this. It's not easy for folks to say, oh, I'm going to become a part of that, because they have no reference. They have no reference. We're doing something brand new. We're doing something meaningful. We're doing something that saves lives. We're doing something that improves lives. We're doing something that brings lives back from the precipice. We have thousands and thousands and thousands of testimonials saying so. But it doesn't look like something that's visible inside the anti-white narrative. So many people, they come up and they're like butting their head against the, where is this other group? Where is this other idea? It doesn't make any sense to me. No shit, it doesn't make any sense. So it takes a lot of effort. It takes talented people. It takes energetic people. It takes people having COVID and getting on camera again and again, looking like death warmed over, not being able to breathe, being in a swimming pool trying to breathe, right, without a dive kit. That's what it takes. It takes dedication. It takes hard work. But it's working. And everywhere it's taken up, it's adopted. And where it's adopted, it succeeds. Hypocrite, almost 200,000, just under 200,000, just followed me on Twitter And why is this? Because these are the people in society with a moral backbone that have the intellectual honesty to say anti-whiteism is what's destroying Western civilization. And all good people need to come together of all immutable characteristics, races, etc., come together to oppose anti-whiteism before it destroys the West, because it's clearly destroying it. Ordinary folks are going to be able to get on board with that. They're not going to be able to get on board with everything else in the white sympathetic sphere. My opinion, maybe I'm wrong, but prove me wrong then. Don't slander me. Don't lie about me. They're definitely not going to want to continue with the conservative Republican mindset, which just loses and loses and loses. They want something different. Be that different. Be the struggle. Thank you. Fernal with flames in the live chat. Great to see you, good brother, and thank you. Machiavelli Sucks is here. Angry is here. Great to see you. Rory Herbert is here. Art Acrobats is here. James is here. Kate is here. Brand Danger is here. Says you are not muted. Thank you, brother. Audio is fine. Thank you for that. The feedback, everybody. Lockie is here. Great to see you. JK160, great to see you. Let's get the URL out to folks. It doesn't matter that we are an hour and a half into, or not even an hour and a half. I mean, an hour and a half of where we would be if the software hadn't failed. Private Life is here. Rooster is here. Adam Scott, you see those low IQ people going in an old home, looking to confront the woman. No. What is that about? Somebody, if you know, go over to the question widget on Entropy and put more info there. I'll take a look at it. White Wolf is here. Great name and great to see you. 6 Gorelian Sea Monkeys. The Real Vincent, great to see you. Matt Christensen, yeah, was the guy we were talking about earlier. Check out his stuff. He makes good videos. And maybe tell him he should come on over and do a show with No White Guilt. I mean, I'm on YouTube. Been on YouTube for all of these years. So obviously, what I'm talking about doesn't get you kicked off of YouTube. So it's safe. No need to be scared anymore. No need to be scared. No White Guilt is, no W Guilt is here. Great to see you, brother. Steve Borg. Is that Kakarot? Simon JJ. Azimuth Clark. Another Jim. Debbie is here. Sound is perfect. Thank you all for the feedback. Kingdom of Vinland, thank you for the feedback. Thank you all for the celebrating. Let's get on to Elaine Sabatino is here. No W Guild saying, I hypocrite. A big channel read the comment by Naderific. Yeah, we covered that. That was awesome. Anomalous Host is here. Victory. Ben Klassen. Axis Mundi, hail to you. Promethean hails. All right. We're going to get into this right now. We have, let's get out the raucous emojis. Ladies and gentlemen, please get them out. He hit the $20 limit, but adding this 20 to the previous 10 makes, or was it 10 or was it 7? I can't recall. Was it 7? $27 in total by Douglas. 07s and raucous emojis. God bless you, brother. Really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. We're getting into Go Free, 2nd edition, iteration 2. Already putting together the notes for iteration 3, maybe 3rd edition. I want you all to listen closely. This is the important part of the gathering every single week, is we're going through the concepts that overthrow anti-whiteism. Oh, but Jason, words won't do anything. Oh, but listen, the way they did it is they had this thing called Frankfurt School, where they came up with words and concepts. Okay, bozo. Words won't do anything. Concepts defeated Western civilization. Concepts will deliver us our destiny. Concepts. White people need a moral imperative. We provide that moral imperative. What white people, Jason? All of them. From the ones that pick up your trash to the ones that order armies and jets and B-2 bombers. They all need a moral imperative to act. We have that moral imperative. Anti-whiteism doesn't stand up to it. We're on page 178. Keep it Promethean. What does it mean? You hear people say all the time on this channel, Kip brother, Kip sister. You hear them say Kip. What does it mean? I wrote a book called Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, doing the audio book for this. And this is the next major project. And it comes from that. But to Kip holds true throughout all of my work and all that we do. I'm going to read to you about it right now. Might break out the glasses. Thank you, Brant Danger, for putting up the URL for the store, for the collectibles store, where you can go and you can find these things and you can get them with my signature on it. And who knows, maybe one day I go down in a hail of high fives and the signature on that book suddenly becomes valuable for you. By the way, you're looking over my right shoulder. It's to your left. You will see Born Guilty. And you all don't know this. You all don't know of the infinite ways that anti-whites trouble my every goddamn waking moment. You don't know all the infinite ways that they vex me to death. How much further would we be if we had if we were LARPing and then a bunch of people? I don't know though. Maybe not further along because those people don't really want to do anything anyhow. They just want to show up to pretend like they're extras in a low budget movie. But I mean, they can't even do that for their sex life. They'll just watch others on movies for their sex life. But how much further would we be? This is why the anti-whites and anti-whites are motivated this way, and you're not. If you're going free, you are. But they're motivated by this neurosis, this psychosis, because of the anti-white narrative for them and what it does for them psychologically. That's why we need going free more than ever, because that's the kind of thing that will make you a king fanatic, so that you will be getting up with too little sleep and staying up too late to do good things for white well-being. You need to be doing this if we're going to recapture our destiny. But so they are coming after me once again at Amazon, vexing me with this book, vexing me about it. They don't like Born Guilty. Right now, unless something has changed in my half a dozen arguments back and forth with Amazon again, there are only 5 left on Amazon. That's it. It is print on demand. How are there only 5 left? They're only going to print 5 more, is what they told me. So if you want one, it might have to be changed. I can't even get them from Amazon. Do you understand? This is endless. It is an endless headache. So there are 5 left. If you want them the way that they were intended to look, then you're going to have to buy it from Amazon ASAP. I don't have any more. They won't let me buy anymore from Amazon. And I don't know if they're going to relent again. I told them this is straight up endless harassment. And they're wonderful, very kind people from India tell me that, oh, no, we're not harassing you, even though every couple weeks we stop printing your book again. It's not harassment. Keep it Promethean. The Promethean rule to Kip means that well-being advocates live their lives, that's us, and frame their thoughts to comport with the dignity and honorable behavior of the Prometheans in Prometheus Rising. Kip means that reason, logic, and evidence are at the core of decision-making and interpretation, and that going free is central to the lives to those who are kipping. So if you are going free, you want to have kipping as central to your life. It means that you are upstanding and moral. It means also that of all of our virtues that have served us well, we have enshrined one now that is superior to the others. So if there's ever a conflict, you go with the virtue that is superior, and that is the well-being of our folk, the well-being of our people. Why is that important? Why? Because if we serve the well-being of our people in America, in the UK, in France, in Germany, in Italy, in Poland, in Norway, in Sweden, in etc., it will serve the well-being of everyone, of every immutable characteristic that lives there, that legitimately lives there. It serves everyone's well-being because all of those projections of our biospirit onto our environment that made America, that made Canada, and etc., the things that cause people of all racial backgrounds, religious backgrounds, etc., to point their feet in the direction of our countries, all of those things will persist if our well-being is maintained. They won't persist if it is not. Period. There's no use in trying to deny this. There's no use in lying. It is obvious now, even to all of the midgets, wits out there in the world. If they say otherwise, you know they're lying. I mean, this really is. We're at the point where you're like, there's the sun. And so though everybody out there, even the dumbest among us, can look up and say, yeah, that is the sun. And anybody who looks up and says, nope, no sun there, you know is somebody who's there to cut the throat of your newborn babies. No more messing around. As ambassadors and champions of our rapidly growing, and if you are a person you're one of these people who you're coming to white well-being from a place where you thought, well, our ideas were the most important things. And so you still have some issue with that. You're still transitioning. Reason, logic, and evidence. To Kip, reason, logic, and evidence are at the core of decision-making and interpretation. It's very important to say interpretation, too. Because if you don't have those three at the center of interpretation, then you're going to end up with interpretations that could be even contradictory to the intent of what was originally put forward. As ambassadors and champions of our rapidly growing community, or in the phraseology of Prometheus Rising, the Prometheum, which is the Promethean community, advocates for white well-being kip when they acknowledge that Western kind is a victimized people, persecuted, exploited, and physically, mentally, and spiritually abused. A well-being advocate regards bringing harm to his fellow advocates as unforgivably shameful because such an act victimizes the victim. Do you hear that? A well-being advocate, which is us, regards bringing harm to his fellow advocates as unforgivably shameful because such an act victimizes the victim. As many doctrines and activities are detrimental to the AAP, that's just the scientific name of, if you will, of the Go Free method. White well-being advocates not only identify anti-white judgments and mores as harmful, but they also kip when they guard against seemingly compatible or sympathetic doctrines and activities that might indirectly undermine or interfere with the process of going free. So you can say, well, this group over here is a fellow traveler group, if you will, and yet you can still say this thing that they're doing or that thing that they're doing, we believe is detrimental. We believe it should be done a different way. And if they throw a shit fit because they don't have a counter argument for that, if in fact they do, as we see, by the way, and we continually see this, and we've seen it again this past week, that there are groups in the white sympathetic sphere that continue to adopt in small spots here and there the form of what we're doing, but not the substance, because they look at what we're doing. They look at the arguments I make and they say, there's no beating that argument. He's right. There's no beating what they're doing over there. They are right. But I still want to have it my way. I think it's, they'll say to themselves, I think it's fun to act an asshole. I think it's fun to go out and act like an ass and insult people. I think that's fun. So since I think that's fun, or whatever other reason that might be motivating them, they'll take some of the form and then they'll place the form over the substance of what they're doing. It's not going to work. It's a good sign, because every time we see them, different groups doing this, we see them acknowledging that we're right. But the bottom line is that you cannot adopt the form and succeed. So these people are going to have to, in our opinion, adopt the substance. Give up these other ways. Now, when these other groups, when they say out there, these other content creators or whatever, when they say they get upset, they don't like being criticized in a way that we believe would improve their endeavor, their efforts for the well-being of our people. Maybe because their claim for it being the betterment of our people or the well-being of our people isn't actually accurate. It's just a pretense to cover up the self-aggrandizement or getting funds or whatever it might be. But if they get upset, then oh well, they get upset. If they want to make a recommendation, if they want to say, well, I think Jason would be a lot better if he hung up World War II paraphernalia behind him. Okay, I think you're wrong. That doesn't represent me either. They can make that argument, but they don't make that argument, do they? Because they're not kipping. For example, some content producers in white sympathetic spheres behave no better than tabloid journalists. They give explanations and take positions on historical and contemporary events for the self-serving purposes of getting attention and donations, not because these explanations and positions will benefit you or our people. When you repeat what content producers say, you are making a reputational investment. If you repeat the self-serving content of such content producers to your friends and family, you burn your reputation to ashes. One of the best examples of this is the Richard Spencer shows in so many iterations after with his antithetical Midas touch, with his inverse Midas touch, the Spencer touch. It goes bad. He comes up with all of these clever takes and gets a bunch of attention for himself. And oddly enough, gets people giving him money when he's rich, when he's a trust fund kid, man now, obviously. And everything about him is not bad. I agree with some things as well. But nonetheless, all of these people, they go and they adopt these novelty takes. Then they go out into their world, and Lovely Porridge wrote about this beautifully. They go out into their world and they share these novelty takes, which really are just for the aggrandizement of Spencer and his cronies in their little circle. And then those things end up not being true. Their family thinks they're crazy, so they've ruined their reputation. And the very next week, Spencer and his little circle, they've changed their novelty take. Now they're on to something else. Now they're like, I don't believe that anymore. Now I'm going to believe something else. Reputational investment. Typically, within a few weeks or months, such content producers repeat the new set of exotic attention-getting explanations and positions, but your reputation is permanently destroyed. They repent on the previous novelty take. As the success of Going Free is success and freedom of Western kind, to KIP is to ensure the rapid growth and success of our community. To KIP is to ensure the rapid success and growth of our community. Please KIP, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't remember exactly. A bunch of people came forward. There was a KIP is also in engineering, I think. And if somebody remembers what it has, it's in engineering and something else, some other area, the same KIP. And it totally and beautifully fits in both of those cases. So somebody can remember, put it in the thread, not in the live chat. Put it in the thread, not in the live chat. It's KIP in engineering and KIP in maybe not weights and measurements. What else is it? Another industry. And it means something that when you read the definition, you're like, hell yeah, that applies here as well. Let's move on to doom divining. This is brand new. Brand new. I just created it the other day. Doom divining. Now, the great First Last gave us doom documenting and doom dissecting. What is doom documenting? You hear people talk about that a lot. Or a doom documenter, because he doom documents or she doom documents. That's a content producer who reports on all the harm that anti-whites are inflicting on Westmen and Western civilization. These two, doom document and doom dissecting, almost 100% encapsulates the white sympathetic sphere and what the thought leaders, organizational leaders, content creators, what they do. This is everything from cuck-servatives, not conservatives, good people, the cuck-servatives who want to give it all away, these rhino Republicans and etc. Are there any good Republicans anymore? I don't know, maybe. But from there all the way to the hardcore cult nats, the antags of various stripes, antagonist and antagonist in the anti-white narrative. Use our verbiage. Share it with people in the live chat who might not know. Become the good teacher. You know, there are a couple of roles that are going to go down in history. Whose names are going to be in those roles? Who is going to be the person who's going to be remembered for being that really easygoing, easy to learn from teacher who's going to be in the live chats and in the threads on various platforms and who's going to be there for everybody, every new person that shows up. And they say, well, what's this? I don't understand. What's this or what's that? Or they're using something that's destructive for themselves and our people. And this person shows up and very gently says, yeah, I know what you mean when you say it that way. I know what you mean. But did you know there's another way to say this that actually is beneficial to us? And so you might want to try this out every now and again and see if it doesn't benefit you. And then if you have any questions, I'll be here for you. Whose name is going to go in there? There's going to be a person or 2 or 10 who end up being having universities named after them when we recapture our destiny. We're going to have statues in front of universities of them with like an open book, them with like the Go Free book, you know, edition 5 or something, and it's this thick. And they're going to be proselytizing to the world. Who is that person or those people going to be? Because you know what? I don't pick you. Fate picks you. And whose fate? You. You are fate. You are the one who's going to decide if it's going to be your name, your history, your face, your persona that is going to decide. And then I will acknowledge it. Just like I've done with Mr. V. Just like I've done with the genius Naderific. Just like I've done with the brilliant team that has accumulated around him. And so many others. When heroes, brilliant people, stand up and they take upon their shoulders the duties that need to be done, that mantle that says, I will take on this burden, because that mantle is not only a duty to them that they feel compelled to do, because the spirit in the West is strong in them, maybe not in you. That's why you've got to go free and tap into it. But the spirit of the West is strong in them, and they can feel the urge to heft that burden up onto their shoulders, like an oxen pulling the plow through a field that has been left fallow and dry, desiccated and worn and useless for far too long. They heft that on their shoulders because they feel obligated. It is their duty. They know it's the right thing to do. They can look in the mirror and know they're doing the right thing. But there's a secret there, something that doesn't inspire them or move them, but there's a secret there nonetheless. If you go over to that harness that normally sets on the oxen's back and you take on that mantle, that turns to robes when you succeed. And they're red and they're ivory and they're purple and they are royalty. Are you going to wear it or not? I mean, you get to decide. Not me, not God. You get to decide what your life is going to be like. You want to leave me and the rest of these champions out here alone by ourselves? Okay, you can watch. But no one will remember your name. So that's a doom documenter. The other half of this is a doom dissector. So you have the people who talk about these are all the things that are wrong in the world. And what happens when you have somebody that does that really good, that doom documents really good? What happens sometimes to their viewers? Oh, don't act like you don't know. Don't pretend like you don't know, because it's happened within the past couple years in a very spectacular, big way. Their followers kill themselves. Because when you listen to doom all day long, you think there's no hope. You know there's no hope. So why stay? Doom dissector is the other half of that. Where if you're going to bother to doom document, the question's going to come up. Who's doing this? And so they have to doom dissect. And then that's where you get into these people that are white negative in their world. What is white negative? White negative is ostensibly caring about white people, but wanting to harm non-white people more, with the excuse of the harm that they've done to white people. I say it's an excuse, and just an excuse, because if you really cared about the white race and the people being harmed, you would jump in front of them. Do you know how the Secret Service, do you know how any Secret Service, any group, Praetorian Guard, that is entrusted with protecting, you just saw with this Japanese leader who was not protected. He was assassinated. He wanted to run for Prime Minister of Japan again. How was he killed? By the way, are firearms legal in Japan? Can you get them on every street corner like you can in the U.S., except in all of the cities and states where anti-whites have made it impossible? I mean, are firearms banned there? Are they really hard to get? Because this guy was shot. How could that happen? But do you know how, when they're functioning normally, not like the Japanese, but do you know how when a Secret Service or a Praetorian Guard, when they have to protect the leader, do you know what their first duty is when they, or their first act, when their mission is to protect the leader? So if you supposedly care about Western kind, you want to put the end to the victimization happening to us. You are like a Secret Service member whose job is to protect one person, that leader, from being assassinated, from being killed. When someone shows up shooting or wanting to stab, do you know what their first duty is? This is reason, logic, and evidence, folks. To kip. This is kipping. I tie it all together. You're welcome. Their very first act is to go to the proposed victim and prevent him or her from being victimized. Their very first act is not, like the Japanese did the other day, to go after the victimizer. Because what happens when you go after the victimizer? There was a big space before that guy got shot. A big space of time. If you saw it. Somebody could have gotten in front of this guy. They could have tackled him. They could have thrown their body on top of him, as it is their job to do, to give their life in that moment. Maybe nobody's life. If somebody would have tackled this prime minister, I'm told he's a likable guy. Maybe he was. If somebody would have tackled him, maybe the bullet wouldn't have hit anyone. But instead, his Secret Service went after the victimizer, which enabled the victimizer to continue victimizing the victim. And now the prime minister is dead. So white negative people are like that Secret Service. Their mission, supposedly, is to protect that prime minister. But instead of protecting that prime minister, they tried to take down the victimizer going after him. Their focus is on the victimizer. That's white negative. White negative is being inside of the anti-white narrative. It's using their words, their concepts, taking on the role and words and attire and concepts and norms that they have dutifully provided to you so that you know how to behave as their adversary in their story. Meanwhile, they've gone out to the totality of your brothers and sisters and told them that if anybody looks like that, they want to kill babies, they want to murder the world, they want to drown people and torture people and everything else under the sun. So when they show up, be sure to reject them and be sure to give us license by turning the other way when we go beyond what the law requires or allows and puts them in jail forever. Just like right now, there's news out about a certain group that went and marched in a certain state out west. And they did have a misdemeanor. And now it looks like those who crossed state lines are potentially going to be hit with a federal felony, which is the same charge that was given to the guys in Southern California who like to videotape themselves with masks on and fighting. And they decided that they were going to fly after all of these videos because why? They saw people from World War II do the same thing. And the people in the anti-white narrative told them that if you're going to resist us, this is what you do. They videotaped themselves fighting. They flew across the country to Virginia, to a place called Charlottesville. They got 5 years in prison because 5 years is the minimum that you can get. Tens of thousands of dollars of people financially gifted to them, totally wasted because there was no hope of winning. Is Jason insensitive to them? Does Jason not care about them? Those guys that flew from California to Virginia? Does Jason not care about the guys who went out west to have a march they never got to have? No, in fact, it's the exact opposite. Jason cares more for them than you do. Jason cares more for them and respects more of for their lives and their families' lives than you do, than every one of you out there who want to see some sort of disgusting little spectacle so that you can, like a bunch of retarded seals, clap away and say, oh, it was so good. They look at how much they might have scared some non-white children over there. That was wonderful. That was great. We got to do that. We got to be sure to show this farce out there in the streets and scare non-white, because you're not scaring any non-white adults, and you're definitely not scaring the system, and you're not inspiring white people to participate. So Jason, as an adult who wants what's best for these heroes, these young men, these heroes who want to do good for our people, Jason says, don't ruin their lives. Don't put them into scenarios. Don't inspire them with ideas that they can have some fun getting out into the street and maybe punching an anti-white in the mouth. It's going to be fun. You'll get to finally get some revenge on them. Don't inspire them with talk like that. Then they do it. Then they get charged with crossing state lines to initiate riots. And where there's a minimum 5-year imprisonment as a consequence. And don't you dare then come to me and say, well, prison's just a part of life. Fuck you to hell. You know what's a part of life? Is being a good leader. In all of these, when you're into a position and you can either inspire others to do the right thing that is going to make their lives better, or inspire them to do awful things that is going to ruin their lives. If you are inspiring them to do things that are going to ruin their lives, you are not a leader. You are a feckless little piece of shit. You are a turd, and no one should be listening to anything you have to say. Because how many people do you have to see have their lives ruined by what you order them to do, what you encourage them to do with your celebration of these acts? And then defame me, denounce me, misrepresent me when I say, don't ruin the lives of these young heroes. Give them guidance, give them standards, give them virtue, give them glory to strive for so that they can do good for Western kind, so that they can have a great life. We need them. They're no use to us bent over in a shower in a prison somewhere. And then when they get out, never able to get a job again. And then when they get out, jaded beyond hell because of what was done to them. That's white negative, friends. We're white positive. And I continue. I have an offer extended to everybody who wants to misrepresent. You want to hate me for my criticisms to improve what you claim to want to do, which is good for white people. Well, white well-being, or the well-being of white people. You don't like that? Fine. You say, Jason has this idea and that idea about doing good for white people. We disagree and we hate him for that. Fine. Misrepresenting me, making up lies about me, etc., is totally unacceptable. And I extend an invitation to an honorable, if you claim to be some kind of a tough guy, you claim to be some kind of, you're this great Aryan warrior or whatever it is, well, then meet me in open combat, hand to hand. I got no problem. You win, I'll come back again. You win again, I'll keep coming back until I win. So don't lie. Don't go and misrepresent me. We got a new one here, though. Not a new action, a new deed. This has been around for a long time. It plays a smaller role in white negativity, in the white sympathetic sphere, than doom documenting and doom dissecting. It needed a name, so I gave it a name. Doom divining. Doom divining. Doom divining is when organization leader, thought leader, content creator, whatever it might be, comes to you and says, everything's going to go to shit. They are in charge. They decided that this was going to start at this moment and end at that moment. They did this and they did that and they are going to do this next. And you have no control. You have no power. And it's always horrible. They're divination. Like they're sitting over top of some, you know what they're sitting, like they have a crystal ball. They have a crystal ball. This is how they see themselves. They've got a crystal ball and they're surrounded by stacks of newspapers and websites and webzines and books. And they've been hard at work. And after taking all of this information into their self-purported powerful brains, they have these predictions about they never come true, but that's another thing. They have these predictions about what's going to happen for the future. And it's all bad. And you can't do anything about it. Well, this is what I say. They don't have a crystal ball. They're doing scrying of another sort. Maybe they're leaned over the dog bowl and they're looking in the water in the dog bowl. Maybe that's how they're doing their scrying about the future, because they're always wrong. And because their consequence of their self-serving doom divining is that you get scared shitless. You become inactive. You get paralyzed with fear. You decide to cycle out of the white sympathetic sphere and go into hiding. You decide to start prepping longer than 3 months. Remember, I'm good with prepping for 3 months of things going down. That's the smart thing to do. Beyond 3 months, you're being stupid. You're wasting your money. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your efforts. They are self-serving, whether they want to admit it or not. How are they self-serving? Donations. How are they self-serving? Self-aggrandizement. Their follower numbers going through the roof. Look at these channels that all they do is pessimism. They brag about it. They're like, oh, what I do is pessimism predictions. All day long, pessimism predictions. I'll tell you how bad it is and then how bad I think it's going to get. And they have all of these people sick with pessimism, sick with fear, feeling like they have to come back again and again. What other terrible thing is going to be revealed on this channel or on this webzine, on this blog? What other terrible thing that I need to know? I need to know it because I'm afraid of what it might be. And even though it's a glitch in the head, because all of these things nobody can do anything about. So knowing what's coming down the pipe doesn't matter. It doesn't do you any good. But they still, because of this glitch in the heads of the average people, they want to know what the next horrible thing is going to be. Oh, tsunami that I can't run away from? Good, I'm glad I finally know that that's on the way. Oh, aliens attacking that I can't get it? Good, I'm glad I finally know that that's on the way. And they tune in night after night, stream after stream, hundreds and thousands of them. Look at these channels with hundreds and hundreds of thousands of followers. You have people, sorry about the water in my lungs. All right, it's just a little thing that I got to put up with for now. You have people who are the most uncharismatic to ever live. You have people who are midget wits, who can't string together a single intelligent idea, not even a midwit idea, not even an uber midwit idea. They can't string together squat. And they have hundreds of thousands of followers that will return again and again and again to hear about their next concern, which for some of these guys, and you probably know some of the ones I'm thinking about, they can't even string together into a coherent prediction. But folks will show up again and again. It's a sickness that these people are taking advantage of in our people. Now, we have plenty of people in the white sympathetic sphere that will say pornography is a sickness and it's taking advantage of a natural sexual desire in people. It is undermining this and it's turning it into something hedonistic and a corruption and toxic for the individual. And so that has to be curtailed. Or you'll have some content creators that will say in the white sympathetic sphere, it has to absolutely be shut down. No pornography whatsoever, they'll say. And then they're blind to doom documenters, doom dissectors, and doom divinators. They're blind to the fact that all of these people are taking advantage of an innate emotion that keeps us alive, and that's fear. They're taking advantage of that innate emotion, that innate process that in healthy times functions in a healthy way. If you go to, in healthy times, you go to a healthy man or a healthy woman and you say, hey, listen, one day the sun is going to expand and envelop the world. And they're going to say, well, I can't do anything about that. But there are a lot of things that are real concerns that I can worry about, that I can do things about for myself, my family, our people, and therefore myself and my family. And so I'm going to attend to those very real concerns. No, these doom documenters, doom dissectors, and doom divinators have corrupted a natural instinct, fear, just like pornographers have corrupted the natural instinct of the desire to procreate, sex. They've corrupted it and they've turned it into a business for themselves, not to better our people, no, to make them sicker, the same way that addictions to pornography make people sicker, less productive, far less likely to achieve their potential in the world, such as a family, such as being an awesome lover like yours truly. Believe the rumors. That is what a doom divinator is doing. So I want you to think about that. The next time you hear somebody in our sphere, white sympathetic sphere, you shouldn't hear any white positive people saying this at all, but white sympathetic people saying that the end is nigh. When they say that, I want you to ask them this very simply. What are you doing? Because if you actually believe that the end is nigh, then you will quit making these videos, you will quit writing your blog, and you will begin crazed behaviors like digging holes in the ground and storing all the berries and whatever else you might be able to store, because the end is nigh. Because someone who believes that the house that you live in is about to burn down, it's inevitable, it's going to burn down any minute. They're not going to keep streaming. They're not going to keep typing away at the keyboard. House is going to burn down any minute. Are they? No. If they really believe that, and it's not just to scare your ass into giving them more money, more subs, more attention, more aggrandizement about how smart they are, more ears for them so they have a bigger audience and makes them feel better. If it's not for those things, then those people are actually going to do things to address the house that's about to burn down. Like maybe they'll set up fire hoses outside the house that begins raining water down on the house. Maybe they'll put in a sprinkler system because the house is about to burn down, right, buddy? Maybe they will install fire extinguishers in every goddamn room and in every hallway of the house because you really believe it's about to burn down, right? They're not going to be talking to you. So you can expose them every time and do it nicely. What are you doing? Since you believe it's about to be over, what are you doing to survive in that environment? Or if you're not planning on surviving, how do you plan to kill yourself? Get them to talk about because nobody's going to, if you're not going to survive, you're not going to want to suffer through it. You're not going to want to have your loved ones suffer through it. So if the person has a girlfriend, a boyfriend, a husband, a wife, children, how do you plan to mercifully kill them at the right time? Because you don't want them to suffer, right? I mean, everything's going to come to an end. It's going to be a horrible crash. The paratroopers are going to come down and they're going to be covered in syringes like porcupines and give you hugs, right? Remember everybody that said I was crazy when I said they weren't going to force, you weren't going to have to get the any sort of injections? And they said, but look at this. Look at what they're doing here. Look at this job site. They're saying that you have to get injections if you want to work there. Look at here. And I said, you're going to be able to not have to get an injection. And I was right. Again, right? So when these folks say the end is nigh, the house is going to burn down any minute, how are you going to survive the end? What are you doing to plan it? Or how are you going to mercifully kill yourself and your children and your wife? I want to know the details of how you plan on, because certainly you're putting thought to this since you believe the end is imminent, right? And when are you going to stop talking to us so that you can get hard to work? Because we don't have much time. You're telling me we don't have much time. So these people who are abusing your fear and the fear of our brothers and sisters out there, keeping their attention on things that incapacitate them with horror, rather than allowing them to find their way naturally to something that can improve their lives right here and now. Treat those people like pornographers. They're no better. That's the bottom line on that. Let's get to, as we just 18 minutes past 7 o'clock hour on East Coast United States. Today we're going to share with you, rather than an MP, we're going to share with you an MC, a meme curative that you can share all around. Then I'll take a very short break. And then when I come back, I'm going to take a look at what you have said. I'm going to also have a short reading out of Crucible, which you all will find interesting. And the MC today is, when you are outgunned, you die with arms, but win with brains. How apropos is this? With these young men, these young heroes now, some of whom are potentially facing charges, federal charges of crossing state lines. And I don't believe it's a state charge, but a federal felony of crossing state lines, and then a minimum of 5 years in prison if found guilty. When you are outgunned, you die with arms, but win with brains. This meme curative you can use with everyone, be it a conservative content creator, and conservatives are good, but conservatives are not. Republicans, all the way down to antagonists in the anti-white narrative, who are talking about some sort of violent response, that it's going to have to be violent. You're going to have to show force. You're going to have to show how. I mean, you can remind them when the Ku Klux Klan showed up in Washington, D.C. with many tens of thousands and tens and tens and tens of thousands in March. And somehow that wasn't a strong enough show of force. You can remind them about that also. But you can also talk to them about when you are outgunned, which we are. We are outgunned in every way. The field of violence is utterly won by the anti-whites. Accept it. Accept it. Stop being insecure. Stop exposing your little midget stickery. You are being insecure when you don't acknowledge that they have won the field of violence. They are the only people who can legally commit violence. They are the only people who can, when we did have law and order, if measured by those standards, can illegally put you in jail forever, can illegally bankrupt you with lawfare. They are the only people who can kill you and rape you and get away with it. And their legal system today will say, deserved it. Said a racial epithet. Cared about white people. Wasn't anti-white enough. Life is over for that white person. They have won the field of violence. Stop talking about it. All you're doing is feeding their narrative that white people are going to commit random acts of violence against innocent non-white people, which is immoral and despicable. And if someone, and all of these people who they wanted to talk and misrepresent me, I'll say it again, loud and proud, you motherfuckers, every one of you. If someone is saying to you that they're going to go and murder innocent people, you tell them that is a disgusting joke. I never want to hear anything like that again. And if you say it again, I'm going to think you're serious, and I'm going to tell the police. Because if someone is talking about murdering innocent people, law enforcement has to know. That's how reality works. When you are, and there is a deep philosophical element to this. When you are outgunned, you die with arms. Double entendre, no joke. But you win with brains. Every one of the victories, the symbolic victories that we have had, have shaken planet Earth. For those who can see, for those who have eyes to see, they know it. They know that anti-whites at newsrooms, they know that anti-whites in government that have seen these, they have reached out to Republicans specifically, telling them, don't use anti-white. Don't use anti-whiteism. Do you know that? Do you know the Republican Party has reached out to people running for office and told them, don't use anti-white, don't use anti-whiteism? That's because they know those symbolic victories, because they're anti-white, and they know those symbolic victories defeat anti-whiteism. Defeat anti-whiteism. No more messing around. Now's the time to get serious. The Democrats have shown they'll destroy the whole government. And I said in junior high school, which you can read about in Crucible, and I'm going to read a segment to you shortly. I told everybody back then, all the way back then, 11, 12, and 13 years of age, eventually they will have the vote. And in a democracy, they will just vote all of our rights away. They will vote the house away, the car out of your driveway, and the house out from underneath of your ass. I told everybody. And that's what they've been doing. And now it's gone beyond that. Now it's not even patience for having enough votes to just vote it all away. Now, by stacking the deck, by the way, by stacking the deck, which is total treason, in my opinion, treason to be in a country. If I were to go to, I don't know, if I were to go to the Netherlands, and I were to say I am now going to import a bunch of Martians because I know that Martians will always vote for everything I want to do. Like 80% of Martians will vote for the things that I want to do. And I begin importing them. And I lie to the population, and I tell the population, nothing's going to change here when I bring in the Martians. Nothing will change. It's just everything's going to be the same. It's just going to be much more lively here because Martians have great food. They know they're green. Who doesn't like that? And they love to dance, and they're just interesting people. And so we're going to bring Martians in, and I know they're going to vote like 75, 80% of them will vote for me. And I bring them in, and it changes the vote in that country. And then I, with that vote, decide I'm going to completely change everything. I'm going to take everything away from every citizen. That is treason. That is an attack on the people, on the country, on the norms, on the customs. That is obviously treasonous. So when the Democrats stack the deck with people that they know will reliably vote for their anti-white policies. Not all of them are anti-white. So we all have met. We all know. We all have friends of various races that are not anti-white. But when you're talking about a democracy, you're talking about the largest number. You're talking about the largest percentage. And when you're talking about democracies where when it doesn't go the way that one party wants it, well, they just fix that shit right on up. When you're talking about a democracy, they get the vote. They win. They get what they want. It doesn't matter how based your non-white buddy is. But the Democrats rigging this, stacking the deck with voters that can be reliably counted on to vote for their candidates, in my opinion, I'm sure CNN says that's not the case. You can decide what is the case. When they do that, they're being treasonous, in my opinion. But they're going further. They're saying, whenever a judge, we now have enough votes. We now control enough nodes of power. And who else was talking about nodes of power all along? Who else over these decades has been telling you exactly where to look to see where the change is going to happen? No one. I have had your eyes on the ball this entire time. I've had your eyes and empowered you with what you needed to have to benefit yourself, your family, our people, your family. Now, they're just saying, well, a judge doesn't do what we want. A Supreme Court doesn't do what we want. The president himself. And then all of these cucks out there from the Republican legislatures, from the conservative content creators out there, all of these dickless cucks of both sexes, they come out there and they say, can you believe it? They just have no decorum. They just have, look at their hypocrisy. Who gives a shit about their hypocrisy? They have pitchforks. They have torches. They have shovels. They have swords. They have firearms, and they're here to kill you with their anti-white moral imperative that everything that they want in the world has to be done right away. And they're willing to do it with votes. They're willing to do it with illegality. They're willing to do it by hook or by crook. They don't give a damn. So if you want to keep waiting around, if you want to wait for all of these other people throughout the white sympathetic sphere to catch on, if you want to wait for maybe the Republicans to suddenly do something, or you want to wait for some little fringe element or in some little conservative movement to do something, or Con Inc., which its only purpose is to run you into the ground so that when the time is right, they'll have a nice fucking headstone for the white race. If you want to wait around for that shit, then you can keep waiting around. Or your ass can go free, and you better do it now.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Have you noticed lately that the term anti-white is increasingly being used on social media, the news media, and even in politics? More and more people are beginning to correctly identify and name the various narratives and actions which bring harm to Western kind. But what's anti-white? It's obvious, isn't it? But within the term there's a wide range of questions and issues to be explored. And rather than wait for anti-whites themselves to muddy the waters with their own definition and narrative, we're asking you, as someone who cares for their people's well-being, to answer the question. What's anti-white? Why should people care about anti-whiteism? And what can be done about it? We'd like you to make a short video targeted at the general public to explore these questions in whatever style you feel most comfortable. Maybe you like to explain things plain and straight, or maybe you like to inspire people with songs or poems. Whatever your style, we'd love to hear from you, but we ask that you follow these simple guidelines. It must be family friendly, it must be short and engaging, it must not vilify specific groups, please avoid copyrighted footage or music. The creator whose video is voted most effective by the viewers will win
a small prize.
And it's sure to be a hard call since some of the greatest content creators have already agreed to participate, including No White Guilt, Intellectual Embargo, White Heart Collective, Laura Tower, Brant Danger, Yiz, Semio God, Sam Millian. And of course, both organisers will upload an entry through their respective channels, Jubilation Media and West Bend Media. Whether you're a beginner or experienced content creator, we'd love you to join us. So get working on a video and upload it by
July the 25th.
And be sure to notify an organiser so it can be mirrored on a dedicated channel where all the entries can be viewed in one place. So let's work together to boost the concepts of anti-white and anti-whiteism and bring an end to the harm that's being inflicted on our people. Links and information will be in the description below, and feel free to ask any questions you may have. We look forward to seeing your creations. Everyone, thanks for tuning in again for a special update to the What's Anti-White competition, where we ask you to upload a video answering that very question. It's a way to spread awareness of the concept and make sure that it's explained by the people who care for our well-being and not the anti-whites. And just to make things more interesting, we're offering a small financial incentive, which means that the person whose video is voted most effective by the viewers will win $100. And for second place, $75. And for third place, $50. As you're surely aware, anti-whites have made financial transactions almost impossible for those of us who oppose them, and so all prizes will be paid in Bitcoin's cryptocurrency, in US dollars. But even if you don't qualify for a prize, you just might gain something that is infinitely more valuable. An honourable mention! Yes, both organisers will give honourable mentions to the entries they consider to be outstanding. But of course, all entries are honourable in that they show the heartfelt commitment to the well-being of our people. So please, get working on a video, have it completed by July 25th, and notify an organiser. If you would like to increase the prize pool, all donations will go directly to the winners. But please note, we are only accepting Bitcoin donations, and let us know if you do so we can name you as a sponsor. So thanks for tuning in to this announcement, and be sure to subscribe to Kindred Creators YouTube, BitChute, Odyssey and Telegram for further updates. And let's unite against the anti-white.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. All right, I want you all to participate. Even if you make just an image with an example of what is anti-white, I want you all, I want as many of you all as possible to participate in this. It can be an activity to get you started participating if you're not. I'm sure Naderific and Lovely Porridge, two brilliant champions for white well-being, I'm sure that they will accept a video if you say, look, I don't want to win. I don't want my name out there. You could have this avatar name or whatever it is, but I need to remain anonymous. Please, but here's the video. They'll take it. I'm sure they'll take it and show it. Let's just get people making videos. And Porridge is talking there about all the lengths that they will go to help you. Let's participate in this. Let's not be a community of observers. Let's be a community of doers. People have no problem all the time saying, in my 3 decades in the white sympathetic sphere, people have no problem saying, because I guess it's just air passing over their vocal cords. They've got no problem saying, it only took a small number. Oh, it was only a small percentage. Oh, and they made all the change. And look at all these people. And there are plenty of people out there who are maybe self-made historians, maybe historians taught at universities. And they'll tell you, well, look at this empire and look at that. And it was just a small number of people who did this. Oh, everybody get together and let's honor that it was such a small number. And then they don't do shit. Pardon my French. I mean, the gathering glitches beyond my control. And, just irritating as all hell. Especially when you're just endlessly trying to make things work for white well-being. So you'll forgive me if you have any class. But it requires participation. It requires people doing things. Nothing is too small because your thing that you're doing is going to be coupled with the other thing. But you need to be doing the things that work, which are these concepts. They have been scientifically proven to work. The things that remain in Go Free are the things that have the Go Free method are the things that have demonstrated they succeed. So let's keep doing that. Please participate. I'm participating. Other good people are participating. And I would like to see you participate in some small way. Unless you're already, there are some people in here, real champions. And those will be the people who deserve to be in the limelight. Those will be the people who deserve to have statues and stories written about them. They're giving all that they have, and time, talent, money, etc. Emotional torture. They're giving it all. They'll be the ones who get remembered. And for them, I honor them above all out there. This is Crucible, Child Patriot, American Victory. This is a true story of 11, 12, and 13 years of age, 7th and 8th grade school in the United States outside of Washington, D.C., Mordor on the Potomac, capital of planet Earth. Chapter 10, Questioning the Faith. Let me get a drink. Then we'll get into what you're saying, and we'll get on to some announcements, some important things. Let's get a raucous round of emojis for I Hypocrite. Again, 07s for I Hypocrite. Followed me on Twitter. Maybe that means he'll eventually retweet me at some point. Maybe we could get some other big content creators to share something that I share that is helpful, that will empower people. That's what we need. Questioning the faith. I know you're not Hitler, one of my teachers impatiently condescended with a silencing wave of her hand, echoing and foreshadowing similar statements by most of my teachers. But we all know where those questions lead, don't we? We all know those questions lead to oppression of minorities, to Nazism and the Ku Klux Klan. I had asked why it was wrong for whites to be proud of our people. My questions were met with far-fetched invocations of Adolf Hitler and the implication that I was just like him. He asked such questions. He cared about the white race. I began to wonder if Hitler's concern for whites, or his crimes, or both, had been exaggerated. But I had no desire to explore the subject. I was preoccupied with my schoolwork, sports, and researching the lives of my newfound heroes, men I would soon discover the regime deemed demonic as well, though of a lower demonic order than Hitler. Men like Robert E. Lee, Stonewall Jackson, and the Gray Ghost, John Singleton Mosby, stirred my imagination and evoked my admiration. I esteemed the unbiased information I gathered on them, their courage in waging a defensive war against an implacable enemy and insurmountable odds, their inventiveness, cunning, and artifice. I felt that they and other Western champions I discovered on my own exhibited behaviors that epitomized the warrior ethos, an ethos I revered as vastly superior to anti-whiteism and the African hip-hop American culture. More importantly, I instinctively felt a connection to them. I felt that they were my kin, my nation, and that their spirit was my spirit, and that I too could do great deeds for my people. In the model of these noble warriors, and spurred by my confusion over the motivations behind the regime's anti-white rhetoric, I continued pressing my teachers for answers, but I also turned to my white peers for their opinions. We were the people condemned to pay an eternal compensation, to suffer an eternal guilt, and justified retaliation. Surely they would rise to their own defense. As I engaged others, I began to appreciate the role played by MLK in the anti-white narrative. He was the immaculate God of this new religion, and we, the white race, were the demons whose evil deeds had brought him forth to deliver the innocent. Demons, no matter our age or opinions, who had personally nailed him to the cross. In this narrative, is this the narrative by which we desire to live? I wondered. Does it serve our interests? Is it good for us to be consigned to such a role, to an eternal rejection of our identity, an eternal punishment based on our birth? Is it good for us to reject our right to self-interest so that we might receive grace from the anti-white priests of the regime's religion? With these questions in mind, I turned my attention to our new God. I queried my teachers and classmates about the shrine to MLK. Now, I'll just jump in if you don't know. There was a shrine to MLK in my junior high school, a shrine. You can read about it in this book, Crucible. No other images were in the Commons, where all of the nearly 1,000 students, roughly 1,000 students at that junior high school, accumulated between every class to go to their lockers and get their books, get their belongings for the next class. That was what was over top of us. I also argued that a larger-than-life portrait of a fellow Virginian, such as Robert E. Lee or Thomas Jefferson, should also grace the Commons. Why Martin Luther King? I asked. I want you to focus, folks. This is your story, too. I've had people tell me when they have finished this book, that they were in tears at times. They were stunned to silence at times because memories flooded back in. And they realized, as I like to say, that they were haunted by these demons in their past. And they did not know that all of these demons had their hands gripping on their shoulders and on their clothing and on their hair, pulling them back from the life that they could have had. These demons of white guilt, white noir, these demons of the time that they were humiliated by the teacher at school or the teachers at school, of the time where they were terrorized by the anti-white students who said that you were going to be beaten to death if you didn't obey, or you were beaten down because you didn't act anti-white enough. People realize when they read this that it's their story as well. This is the story of every white child in Western civilization. Why Martin Luther King? I asked. He was a champion of his people, my teachers proudly declared, breathless with obligatory homage. He fought for their rights. He fought for the rights of all minorities. He fought against the racists, against bigotry, cowardice, and intolerance. He stood for equality, justice, and a righting of historical wrongs, the racial injustices of the past. He embodies the continued struggle against racism and inequality. He's a hero. You mean white people when you say racists, right? I inconveniently asked repeatedly, putting my teachers on the spot, already knowing the answer. I mean, when you're talking about non-whites around the world fighting for freedom against the racists, you're not talking about non-whites fighting against other groups of non-whites, right? Anyone can be racist. But yes, when we talk about racist, we're talking about white racism, they unashamedly affirmed, nodding in the hope that I would unquestioningly adopt their anti-white faith. Some went so far as to define racism as a uniquely white phenomenon. Racism is an element of European colonialism and exploitation, they sermonized, puffed up with affected refinement. So, when minorities oppose other minorities, it's because of economic or territorial disputes, issues like that. Whites don't wage war against non-whites for economic and territorial reasons? Well, they do, but they're also motivated by racism. It's different. Understand? When I thought about what they were saying, stripped of the deception and noble-sounding pretexts, I was infuriated. Since they meant white when they said racial injustice, intolerance, racist, bigotry, and the rest, all I had to do was replace those words with white to decode what they were actually saying. MLK then was a champion of his people. He fought for their rights. He fought for the rights of non-white peoples. He fought against white people, against the bigotry of whites, the cowardice of whites, and the intolerance of whites. He stood for equality, justice, and a righting of historical wrongs, the white-engineered racial injustices of the past. He embodies the continued struggle against white people. He's a hero. I'm not saying that is the case for MLK. What I'm saying is, when I was able to conclude from reason, logic, and evidence, and pointedly questioning of these anti-white bastards that were teachers and counselors, administrators and principals and secretaries, etc., at the schools, which, by the way, at this big school event up in, Illinois the other day, they had speeches about attacking, in my opinion, I would define it as attacking Western kind and destroying Western civilization, that sounded like they were being made by anti-whites in our once great country of South Africa. Keep that in mind. So what I'm saying is, when I talk to these people, and I concluded that, okay, when they say racist, they mean white people. When they say racial injustice, they mean the injustices that were created by white people. I could rephrase what they were saying, like unlocking it with a key to understand what the real motivation was, by replacing these pretexts, these lovely statements, these flowery statements, with what they really meant. And that's what I would come to. Undeterred, I lobbied my teachers to have portraits or busts of Lee or Jefferson added to the Commons. Why not them? Squinting suspiciously, they threw appraising glances at me as though probing for signs of the devil. They own slaves, they gravely affirmed, as though my question was shockingly stupid. Jefferson probably raped his slaves, and Lee fought to keep black Americans oppressed and in bondage. Though they both may have some admirable qualities, they were wicked men. They represent a social structure that has oppressed and exploited people of color for thousands of years. They represent everything we oppose. That's why they won't be displayed in the Commons. But they're heroes of my people, and they were Virginians, I adamantly protested, wide-eyed with disbelief. Nelson Mandela, a man of peace and equality, they zealously assured me, will hang in the Commons before either of them. Crucible Child Patriot American Victory, available at nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com and over at Amazon, at least for now. I want you to reach out in love. I want you to let those brothers and sisters mind debates. Let them know that even though the anti-whites wield so much power, that we are winning every contest with them, and that it's only a matter of time. Tell them that they can be more than they are. Tell them that they can stand up for Western kind, Western civilization, and everyone who lives in Western civilization of all immutable characteristics. Tell them that there's a way that they can stand up for it in love, with the moral high ground. Be gentle with them at first. Coming out of a story that you thought was the real world is one of the hardest things that folks can do. If you go there with a true spirit and a true heart, with humility, you're going to win more souls than you'll ever turn away. And in the end, all of that will redound to the glory of our people and the reclamation of our destiny.
They come into your place and don't ask for permission.
All right. Let me know if the audio is working fine. Again, I made the change again to the audio to try to make it sound a little better. Please, let's get some 07s and some raucous emojis for the great Jared George and the work that he has done in service to white well-being. Maybe send him an email to let him know, hey, you just heard What's in Us, one of his songs that he made. You thought it was awesome, and you wanted to give him an attaboy. And I believe the song earlier was a Jared George and Fernald piece as well. So let these guys know that you love them and you appreciate them. God bless them for doing everything that they do in service to white well-being. Wonderful human beings. And that we only attract the best, don't we? We attract the best. And thank you all for that. Corbin says audio is good. God bless you. And Azimuth Clark, thank you. Popcorn Power, thank you for the feedback on the audio. I got to make these changes. I mean, the people at StreamYard are they're I had some questions and I immediately attended to them just last night. And so we appreciate them. We appreciate them. Let's get into some announcements. I wanted to share continued massive success in advertising over on Gab. Now, you all have heard that the deal is potentially going to fall through for Elon Musk and Twitter. That's where the money is right now. The betting man is with the deal falling through and it taking many years of litigation for it to fall through so that Musk doesn't have to pay this $1 billion penalty. So, that means that Gab is going to continue to be the place to be as we hit almost the top of the hour here on the East Coast for 8:00 p.m. And that's a good thing because that's where we can advertise. That's where we can reach people. So it's a good thing ultimately that this purchase is almost certainly not going to go through. If you remember from the very beginning, there were people out there saying it was a done deal. Musk was going to own Twitter soon, and they were celebrating, especially fat, incoherent slobs with hundreds and hundreds of thousands of subs, which speaks a lot to those subs and the kind of people they are, that they would look to the fat, incoherent slob for info and understanding of the world. Could you imagine? But he said it's a done deal. It's going to happen. It's imminent. Any minute now, Musk will be in charge of Twitter and XYZ. It's going to happen. And just look at all of the woke people who are screaming like their hair is on fire. And now they're not screaming like their hair is on fire. Musk is doing the right thing by pulling back and potentially pulling out of the purchase because Twitter is a fraud. And as much as so many of the white sympathetic sphere have bought into this idea that Twitter sets a tone, that Twitter determines the social tone of social media, and that the newspapers refer to it, the politicians refer to it, everybody's referring to it. It's setting the tone. And I got to do it more politely. There are folks out there who are smart people, and they're coming to me and they're like, Jason, you gotta, and I do have to do this more politely. I've been polite for many years, so I can be polite about this. But I told people, and that the reality is Twitter is not powerful because it is the source of its power. It's powerful because anti-whites have determined that they will reference it, which is throwing power on it rather than, it's like the moon is bright. That's Twitter. The moon is bright because the sun's light is bouncing off of it, not because it's producing its own light. Now, this is a very nuanced take that you're not going to find in many places. I haven't. But it, in fact, is the truth. Twitter is like the moon. And if Musk bought it, if he didn't, if we don't automatically assume that he's going to have these brilliant ways to make Twitter into a sun, then Twitter would just simply fade away. And there would be nothing that Musk could do to prevent that. Again, not assuming that he's going to come up with brilliant ways to make it into a star or a sun in the social media solar system. You like how I did that? So the anti-whites from all of these other entities know that Twitter is run by anti-whites and that therefore it's safe for them to reference Twitter. It's always going to be, it's like, it is the new form of, do you see the latest advocacy study that we just did? Have you seen it? We have a new study, we have a new investigation, we have a new poll or whatever. We conducted it and we designed it to achieve the outcome we want. That is what Twitter is. It's their way to, it's like the ongoing poll, it's the ongoing advocacy research. It's the ongoing advocacy study. It's the ongoing, they can just reference it anytime they want. Where are the rich people? Where are the rich white people who are going to hear me explaining these things and say to themselves, my God, he's right. Let's get together and put shit tons of money behind him so that these people can change the world at a faster pace. Where are you, white rich people? Where are you? Where are you? I know you gave tons of money. You've made a guy, and more power to him, in the white sympathetic sphere, a millionaire. You made him a millionaire. Now, if I had $1 million, I would not be doing. I think everybody knows this here. I would be achieving gigantic symbolic victories constantly for the well-being of Western kind, not for the aggrandizement of Jason. So where are the rich white people? Stop putting money into people you think are going to win political elections. Stop with this. They're going to do nothing more than they've done your whole life, which is to occupy seats and keep their ass in the seat. That's all they do. They survive. Okay? So they don't do anything for you, for us, for our people, for the United States, for Canada, for the UK, for wherever. So the deal looks like it's going to fall through. Were you all able to follow this arc? The deal looks like it's going to fall through for Twitter and Musk. There's a possibility that at some point in the future, he could reduce the price of Twitter significantly and acquire it. That's a slim possibility. The bigger possibility is that he's going to get out of the deal after years of litigation. You're going to forget about the attempted purchase, and 3-4 years from now, you'll get the news of, oh, it's finally resolved. The deal is now over, and Musk had to pay $300 million in penalty or something like this. And then there'll be ongoing lawsuits with shareholders that are anti-white against Musk. And you won't hear how those will be resolved, but they'll be resolved probably with Musk losing and paying some small, for him, a tiny sum of money, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, something like this. That's almost certainly how this is going to play out. So Twitter is going to continue to be a bastion for anti-whites, a bastard for anti-whites. So we will continue to be shadow banned, and it's going to continue to be a headache. What this did prove, though, to get out ahead of all the deep thinkers, is that Twitter is a scam. If Twitter wasn't a scam, but what does that matter? How does it matter? It only matters if we promulgate and maintain that truth. If we just say, oh, it's a scam, and then we drop it like hamsters, and then something else, a new balled up piece of aluminum foil rolls by, and now our attention is somewhere else, and then we're back on Twitter and we're not talking anymore. I mean, it's got to become part of the usage of Twitter. is that I use it. I know that it's a scam. It was all revealed a scam when Musk attempted to buy it. That is when it has value for us. The only thing we can do, it's a symbolic victory here, but it is a real victory, is to propagate the reality that it's a scam, that anti-whites run Twitter, that they have tons of anti-white bot accounts on Twitter, that they shadow ban the shit out of conservatives, that they kick conservatives, patriotic nationalist people, anybody who's not anti-white enough and has a big enough following, gets in their way enough, is axed from Twitter. This is the way it is. You know what's kind of funny though is Jordan Peterson, this Judas goat. And I really think another thing that we can do is that we should, in common parlance, the phraseology Judas goat is referencing leading people astray to the slaughter. And that's what Jordan Peterson is. His name should come to mean Judas goat. The name Jordan Peterson, because a lot of young men out there by the millions, white ones, don't have dads or have, they ultimately don't have a father, even if there's a father in the house. And even if he's the biological father, because the mother runs the household in Western civilization. So if mom is in charge and she can tell dad what to do, dad can't project masculinity, man of the West traits. He can't project it. So ultimately, these guys don't have a father. Here comes the Judas goat, Jordan Peterson. And he says, hey, young men out there, you need to do this, you need to do that. And they all heed. They all say, well, that's true. That makes sense. That will work in my life. My life will get a little better. And he says this way, you do the same thing with Pied Pipers, the Jordan Peterson. There should be millions of memes of a Judas goat with Jordan Peterson's face on it, a Pied Piper with Jordan Peterson's face. Jordan Peterson should not be able to go anywhere without immediately being associated with, and I understand he has his own column and show or whatever now on Daily Wire or wherever it is. He should not be able to go anywhere without immediate association in people's minds of Pied Piper, Judas goat, Jordan Peterson. Pied Piper, Judas goat, Jordan Peterson. Sounds good to me. He made a big mistake. He decided he was going to run afoul of Twitter, thinking, I assure you of this. My father was sagacious as all hell. The man could look at people, he could look at a situation, and he would say in very few words, the man was and is Spartan. And he would say XYZ. And I would say, how could you know? How could you, when I was a child, how could you know? How could you possibly know that you don't have all of these different, how could you know? What he was doing was very intelligent, extremely sagacious. He could take the data available and narrow it down to a percentage of likelihoods and then make an educated guess. That was almost always 100% correct. And I inherited that trait genetically and by way of observing him and seeing the successes. And I guarantee you 100%, Jordan Peterson calculated that Twitter would soon be in the hands of Elon Musk and he would get his account back. So he went ahead and ran afoul of the anti-whites at Twitter. And now I think it's very delicious that he got his account banned to get himself some popularity for the new work he's doing over on Daily Wire or wherever it is. And thinking he was going to get his account back shortly, have this triumphant return as Elon Musk purchases the platform. And now Elon Musk says, sorry, these guys lied. The platform is full of bots. They didn't give my people access. All the things that he's saying, whatever he's saying, these are my opinions. You have to go to MSNBC, ABC, CBS, CBS, NBC, Fox News. Go to these other places for facts. I give you opinions, my opinions. And you know what opinions are like? They're like assholes. Everybody has one. So, Gab is going to continue being the place to be. And we are advertising there. And I'm not going to stop advertising there. I'm going to use the reserves that I have to continue advertising. Because, let me show you some success. I've blacked out spaces that I would rather anti-whites not know, and maybe even some antags in the white sympathetic sphere. What you're looking at in the very center at 1.13% CTR, click-through rate, is extraordinarily high for passive advertising. Normally, success in passive advertising is 0.35%. The lowest we have done in this ad campaign of 2 weeks for Jason Goes Political. And remember, when it comes to advertising, you need to get in people's faces again and again and again before they finally take, especially when you have something like the Go Free method. You need to get there a lot because it is out of their perception of choices. It is out of the anti-white narrative. So they need to see it again. They're going to see it and they're going to say, I don't get it. And they're going to keep going. They're going to look for things that are familiar. And they'll see it again. I don't get it. And they'll see it again. What's this all about? And they see it again. Let me check it out. And they see it again. I'll become a part of this. This is how advertising works. I think I shared with you all. Yes, I did the little cartoon thing for advertisers. I'll have to find it again. Maybe I'll share it again. But 1.13, we have not been below 0.70, twice as good as what is considered perfect for a passive ad. Twice as good. So we are doing, though, above 1% regularly with this advertisement for Jason Goes Political. So we're going to keep doing advertisements. They're not going to stop, might even double up. We're going to dig into the reserves because we are going to break through this wall that jealous people in the white sympathetic sphere have put up. I mean, some of you have been here for many years, and you've observed me for years trying to get these people to participate, trying to get these people to talk about our successes, trying to get these people to promulgate the work we're doing, because ostensibly what they want are the goals that we are obtaining. So, and attaining. So if that's the case, then surely they would want this. And I shared with you all, even from the beginning of streams and videos that I've made, the challenges I've faced from people who are otherwise very good friends, and that would stymie me and would get in the way of the work that we are doing here. And then we've seen all of the olive branches, all of the friendliness, everything I've done to get others in the white sympathetic sphere to incorporate our successes, just like they do each other. And they have put up a wall. They have put up a wall to stymie us and me and the work that we're doing. And it's them against us. They made it that way, not me, not you. They made it that way. They've made it this way that folks who are doing magnificent works in service to white well-being, that they're ignoring them as well if their work incorporates the Go Free method. They're just, I guess some questions have to be raised about that. But I don't want to spend much more time talking about it, except that they have set it up as a us versus them scenario. And I'm accepting their decision. And we have to find another way. And we're going to go another way with advertising where we can afford it and we can be wildly effective, as you see here on your screen. 1.13% in a passive advert on Gab. That means not only people are seeing it. Now you can see in this. This was the other day. This was the 8th. I grabbed this off. It was just a random moment. I figured I'm going to grab it. It wasn't a high water mark by any means. It was a random moment. You can see that on that day, we have almost 11,000 views. So those are people who are seeing, and remember, they need to see again and again and again and again. We need to be all over Gab. And we can break through the lies that they have told. We can break through the lies and the silence that they're trying to kill us with these advertisements. We will use your testimonials. So when you write testimonials about the Go Free method and the success that it has had in your life, be aware. I share those. You probably have seen, and I will continue sharing them. I will continue going back and grabbing them and grabbing the new ones. But be aware that your words could be the elixir that brings folks out of the anti-white narrative to investigate the Go Free method, that changes their lives, maybe saves their children, maybe saves them from suicide, maybe finds them a new place, safer place to live, and the wife doesn't end up getting raped because of what you take a moment to intelligently and heartfelt share about the Go Free method, what it has done for you, what you have seen it do for others. In the threads, the live stream is I can't go back and find it. In the threads under the videos, I can find it. So when you do that, I will be having advertisements where I take those, I take some of those testimonials, the most powerful, because I'll be paying and paying to get them out in people's faces so that they can read and see what they too can have in their lives, how they can change their lives, thereby change their world, thereby change our world. We will break through the silence of people that should be our friends. Does that make sense? And people I still think of as deep friends and allies, etc. Even though, I mean, all these years, I still consider Jared Taylor a magnificent, wonderful friend. And he has prevented me from speaking. I won't go further, but he's a deep friend a good friend of mine, and over the years has never asked me to speak. I mean, I kind of have a little bit of an ability at public speaking, probably the best, in all honesty, probably the best you've ever seen and will ever see. And yet I've been friends with him since I was like 18, 19, and he's seen me many times speaking, no speaking. It's not like I've not been an Ant Nat or something that he would have to be worried about. But there are others that I really consider good friends. I love their families. I think they're wonderful people. But they put a kibosh. They've stymied on what we're doing, and you can go ahead and guess at the reasons. So we'll just get around what they've done. But we're going to need, and you don't have to financially gift tonight for this ongoing, but just be aware that I'm going into the resources and that I have, and advertisements beyond the one that we raised money for here, which, as you can see, is your money working? How many times in the white sympathetic sphere do people come back? They'll give you like a prospectus. They'll give you like a, here's what we plan to do. We're going to do this or that with your money, right? We raised money. I said, I am going to spend money. Do you want to give me money? Because I'm going to spend it on advertisements for Jason Goes Political, ergo, the Go Free method, etc. And I told you I can do really well. And look at the results you're getting. You are getting results that are almost commensurate with searchable advertisements. You know what that is? That's when somebody thinks, I want a toilet brush or I want a Camaro, and they go online and specifically search for those things. They're going to buy one. The odds that they'll click on your advertisement are very high because they want one. We are getting close to that level of success with a passive advertisement, which means that the folks aren't looking for it. They're giggling to posts. They're getting angry at other posts. They're making their own posts. And what's this? And they keep rolling. That's how well we're doing. So if you want more success, I mean, this is something that's going to be happening, and we need to talk about this, and maybe I'll talk more about it in just a second, but I wanted to show you this again, pardon me, and we can show these results, these successful results on Gab increasingly. If you know Torba, or if you can get to him, it would be helpful if he were to help us with advertising on his platform. He is fair. He is very fair with his prices. But fair is, of course, not as good as it can be. And if it could be a little better, then we would certainly be happy with that. Because we're not a business. Like I went on Gab and looking at the advertisements, and the one thing that kept coming up was advertisements for, what was it again? Was it like food stuff for cravening and hiding in some mausoleum somewhere? Was that what it was? Prepping, just endless prepping stuff. This is how you'll survive the apocalypse. You're not surviving the apocalypse. Those people are just making you poor. You know where those things you buy, where they're going to end up? At your garage sale. That's where they're going to end up. So these businesses are making shit tons of money on Gab off of good folks who they're doing what? Like pornographers, they're using an instinct, this one, fear, and they are corrupting it and making it toxic and getting you to buy a bunch of things you don't need. The end of the world. Buy your own seeds. You know how many people have bought seeds who haven't even grown a daisy, much less a fields and fields of food for them and their family? I mean, give me a break. No one's going to do that. They'll eat each other before they farm. And then, by the way, heads up, if there's an apocalypse and you got a big old farm for feeding yourself and your family and maybe friends, that's going to be easily found by roving bands of anti-whites, zombies otherwise. That's easily going to be found, right? So there are people on Gab, and they're paying the same rate, maybe even less, I don't know, than I pay. And they are fleecing people, abusing them like a pornographer abuses them. Torba is a really religious guy. This is an endeavor to save lives in Western civilization. This is not a get rich endeavor. This is not a make a living endeavor. So this is the kind of thing that I think that if he knows what we're doing, he might be able to give us a better rate on advertising. If you know him or you can get to know him, maybe you have some suavity that nobody else in the sphere knows about, and you can work your way and you can get to talking to this guy and you can say, hey, you can schmooze with him, rub elbows, and then get him to say and see, absolutely, this is something that is benefiting lives, especially children's lives. And therefore, he'll want to help us when it comes to the cost of our advertising. We're doing very well. We're going to continue doing the advertising. And I want to ask for your ideas when it comes to advertising. So you can put them in the live chat, but do put them in the thread below the video. Do put them in the thread below the video where I can find them, copy and paste them. I'm very busy with seemingly endless, wonderful people. So do make it easy on me as possible. Thank you. And now you can, like me, you can say, you're welcome. Maybe that should be a meme, me saying that. I am going to advertise not just like Jason Goes Political or Going Free or The After Party, these shows, for example. I'm going to advertise the books that people need to be empowered. Could you imagine imagine 1 million copies sold of Crucible? Imagine what that would do to the world. If 1 million young men across Western civilization read Crucible, things would change real fast, wouldn't they? Go Free, right? Advertising for that. I'm going to advertise with your testimonials about how successful the Go Free method is. You can refer to it as the Go Free method, a practice, nothing arcane about it. I'm going to advertise about people content creators in the white sympathetic sphere that are doing great work so that there will be eyes on those people. But I'll probably fold a couple things together. I'll look at it with an advertiser's eye when I do it to make it successful, but fold a couple things together, like maybe one of the books and School of the West, right? Maybe the Go Free method and Yiz's channels, for Null's channels, Natarifics, the folks over at Westman Media, to get people watching those things. We are going to hit with advertising, and we're going to stick with it. Maybe advertising that brings general attention to all of this going on. The website, the No White Guilt website, nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com, nowhiteguilt.org, and there's a joke at the beginning of it to get people laugh, to get people interested. We will become known. God damn it! I apologize for that, but the stymieing is going to come to an end, and then we will find out who steps forward. We'll really know if folks step forward that we're not only preventing others from knowing about the good work that we're doing, but if they then come forward as people become aware of us and then try to slander us, then we will really know them, and I can know who I can call. I can take from friend category and put into enemy category. And my enemies don't fare well. So let's work together. Let's put our minds together. What else do you think? You can put it in the live chat now, kind of get some hive thinking, thought-provoking things going. But then make sure any good ideas that you come up with now or later, you put them in the thread later under this video. Please do that. I also want to ask about, what do you all think? Now, what we wanted to be doing by now what was the anticipation? And I talked about it on the 12-hour stream, which, by the way, thank you for everybody who thanked me for going ahead and doing the 12-hour stream while I was sick, while I was running a temperature. The lung wasn't filling up with fluid yet, but I was most unwell. And we did it anyhow, 12 hours, sick. So many of you champions were here, and I salute you for that. But I wanted to say a thank you to everybody who thanked me for that. I know that every one of us would go the distance, when and where we can, as long as our bodies and our breath can make it. And so you can rest assured that's what I'm going to do. Organizational entity, OE. We were supposed to be in phase 3. I talked about it during the 12-hour show, for those who were lucky enough to hear it. And I let everybody know that we didn't make it to phase 3 because of the attacks, primarily. Secondarily, what we refer to as bibs. the Biden-induced bipolar syndrome, this malaise where people are either becoming fanatical idiots or where they're coming to the conclusion nothing can be done. So they're suffering with bibs, a very real phenomenon. Some doctor out there of psychology or sociology, they're going to have to pick up bibs. There's this community that came up with this thing called bibs. It was real. And then use your education to spell it out. We need people to step up and step in, become the creators, the builders of that new age. And so the endless slander, the endless accusations, the endless misrepresentation undermined with bibs our trajectory. And so it's looking now like maybe 2023 we will go into phase 3. But there's also the question of, should phase 3 look a little different than originally expected? Because, for one thing, phase 3 expected and anticipated more face-to-face meetings. And face-to-face meetings, conferences, and the like, in one big way, is being undermined by inflation, which is not going to be gone by 2023. It is far harder to travel, to drive, to fly long distances than it previously was. There's also a phenomenon that I have observed about success, which is what we're having, not really being as exciting a motivator as LARPing, or as the opportunity, like LARPing like you are a World War II Nazi or a fascist. It's not as exciting as, or evocative as being able to go to like an Ameren conference where everybody gets to share. You get to share your own ideas about what you think is going on and where you think things are going and what method needs to be employed to get there. And you kind of get folks will get to hear you out on your idiosyncrasies, your crotchets, your favorite crotchets. And then you'll hear their favorite crotchets. That's alluring. Victory, success with a method, the Go Free method, is not as evocative, is not as exciting, is not as entertaining as the opportunity to either of those scenarios. Or to LARP, as when I talk about LARPing, you LARP about the southern states seceding. Not going to happen. But people get excited about that. They'll go to conferences. They'll talk about the history, which really becomes like a armchair historian again. It's a what happened, what went wrong, what could have been done, what should have been done, what could be done now. This is what folks are really interested in doing. So not as interesting. So what does phase 3 look like? I think it involves less of these traveling of great distances for conferences and the like, and maybe more of, and this is just a thought I'm having, and we have to think about this, maybe more of sending me places, conferences, meetings, etc., sending me places that can be, when videotaped and given the opportunity for me to interview people and things like this, can be very productive for our people, as well as I think getting on debates, breaking down other debates. We saw that we had some success there as well. So these sorts of things, there are other interesting possibilities of like sending me places that won't robustly interfere with the work that we're doing regularly here. So not like me constantly traveling or anything, but sending me places that evokes interest, curiosity, living vicariously through the engagements, through the arguments, through the victories. I can be the agent of that vicarious success. In other words, does phase 3 look more like that than people traveling? Ultimately, we would be spending, and as at a time that we're all having less money, because even though there are fewer dollars, or rather not fewer dollars, but the same amount of dollars, they have less value. Asking folks to travel again and again, 300 miles here, 600 miles there, so is to ask the impossible in many cases. And we're not composed of a bunch of millionaires and kids who have parents who are working for a living, and to keep them quiet and not complaining, and until you can push them out of the house legally, they'll buy a ticket to some guy's conference somewhere, right? We're working, right? I mean, when we were kids, we always wanted to be an adult, and we got here and we're like, this sucks. In many ways, but not in all ways, of course. But does it look more like having vicarious victories through me, vicarious interactions through me, maybe I even go to conferences where you wouldn't expect to see me, and we just end up seeing what happens. And I could, maybe it's me, maybe it's a safe thing, then it's me and another person that could make it more interesting. But if it's maybe a dangerous thing, then it's me and somebody who can also hold their own in a fist fight. So that if it came down to that, it would make for great content, and we would kick ass, and then we would leave. Whatever, to bring this to our people, to break through. I want you all to really start seeing in your mind's eye, because when you put your brain on a mission, it will begin looking for answers. I want you to see that the white sympathy, not just the anti-whites have obviously going to have an iron curtain, but that in large measure, the white sympathetic sphere has an iron curtain. You know who's an exception to that is the great Mark Collett. And we should all thank Mark for being a stand-up guy. He's seen the lengths that I've gone through. And he has, as a man, looked at that and said, this guy is legit. And it doesn't matter what else is said elsewhere. I've seen the reality behind the scenes of this guy. And I'm not, you know how many people have tried to pressure him to get rid of me? Lots. So he is like the exception. But I want you to visualize that the rest of the white sympathetic sphere, all stripes, there's an iron curtain there too. We have to figure out how to get around, under, over, set fire to that thing, metaphorically speaking, to get through it, melt it, to get through it. So we can get to the folks that need to hear from us, the sick people, the people who are having their fear weaponized against them, just like pornographers weaponize your desire for sexuality against you. And I'm not even saying that pornography is all wrong. I mean, for some guys, without being able to open up a magazine with a beautiful girl in it, they'd never see a girl naked in this day and age. But you know the point I'm making. So put your minds to that. Let's get together. Let's talk about this. Maybe you send me an email. You got some ideas. You put it in the thread under these videos so that we can get to where we need to be. Because that's all that matters in the end. Look forward to these advertisements that are going to be going up on Gab. They're going to be awesome. They're going to be awesome. Let's share really quickly. We're going to get to your calls in a minute. And we will be able to go a little bit after 9 because the stream, of course, didn't get started thanks to Restream. And we'll look into whatever caused that. But we'll get to your calls, comments in a moment. We have content creators to look forward to look out for. White People's Press, whitepeoplepress.com. By the way, I'm also sharing these. I pick a show on PWR, nearly 3,000 people, sometimes more watching, and I'll share one every half hour. White People's Press, Westman Media, and that's on Odyssey. Dragon Synth Adventures, that is for Null, for Nelius, or for Newland, and he can share his links. School of the West .world. Discordant Dragons, that's Yiz the Eunuch. YouTube, elsewhere. Paulridge shared his links earlier. He's on YouTube and elsewhere. No White Guilt Clips. He goes to the trouble of spending. He has a life. He has a job. He has things to do in his world. He goes to the time of making these wonderful clips. Share the clips. I want to see you sharing the clips and grow your audience. Grow your audience. If you find the way to really grow an audience, let the rest of us know so that you grow an audience, and when you share his clips, they go supernova. Intellectual Embargo, Odyssey. Alternative Voices Portal, Odyssey. Another guy making clips, and share those clips. Same thing, spending tons of time making clips. Let's make sure that his clips of our work are shared widely. There was nothing in the mailbag today. Well, as of yesterday, there was nothing in the mailbag. So we will do this. We're going to come right back with just a couple of your comments. I only have a couple from this past week, and your comments, your financial gifts, and some phone calls. Be right back. Fantastic video. A big thank you to Tim Fox Cordell. And what was the other? I want to play it again soon. I know I have it here somewhere. But can you hear me okay? Is the audio okay? And I want to really quickly, I want to just share, see if we can. here. I want to share this. This is nowenglandgfc.org. This website, and we can thank the great Fornull, is full of resources. All right. So if you play this button here, which I'm not because the audio is on, the current video right now, the live stream will be playing right here. So new people who come here, they can watch the stream right here. You have also a tab for the Going Free episode. So you can bring people here. You can bring your family here. They're not going to freak out. And if they do, then you know you have an anti-white problem. It's like an infestation, and you're going to want to address the infestation. You have the Going Free FAQ, which of course was started by the great Naterific. I don't know who helped him. Maybe somebody, maybe it was by himself. I can't remember. Who did it? Who all was there? Salute every one of them. And I've added a couple wonderful videos. Helps get people started right away, right? If you have somebody who is a little bit nervous about politics and this sort of thing, take them over here to poetry, short story readings, and performance vignettes. Anybody who's reading poetry and sharing these sorts of things, other works of art by our people, they're ordinary folks. They are lovers. They're white positive. You can also show them this category here: health, animals, gardening, cars, weapons, etc. There are a lot of funny things in here that you can share. Of course, you have the category of the shorts that we have, and you can find that over on the YouTube channel. And you can share those with people. Those, a lot of funny things in there, and you can acclimate them to me. A lot of people find, I mean, I talk about like they got the Bluebird video and other videos. You can acclimate people to No White Guilt and spread the work that we're doing here. Look at these wonderful resources. Along the sidebar here, you see we have Go Free, Crucible, It's a Comedy, Damn It, Prometheus Rising, and Born Guilty. All available. You can click there, head right on over to read about those books, and then potentially acquire them. If you see here down in the bottom right, tell us what you think. This is how you can reach out. You can click here and reach out to us. And here you have. You fill this out. If you're a regular, make sure your name and something I know about you is up here so that I can say, oh yeah, that's X, Y, or Z. That person. All right. Look at this. Who in your world who is not anti-white, is going to object to this banner? No white guilt. Dignity for all, even Western kind. Everyone will agree with this, unless they will only have a problem with this if you're talking with somebody who's anti-white to some degree. And then you have to address it. Dignity is only for the others, not for us. If you look at the bar across the top here, you have downloads. You can click on downloads. And I have some more that we will post up here soon. These are all things that wonderful people have made. You can download them. You can share them in digital form. You can print them out. We have a bunch more that are wonderful. And we're going to get up on the website. There's bibs. You know, we're talking about bibs. Isn't that fantastic? You can and should take these and share these. All right. Then you have the store that will take you to nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. You can financially gift. I talk about this at the beginning of every show. You click on financial gift. It will show you. We have to add Odyssey here. And there's another processor that I might sign up for to increase the venues, the veins through which you can support me. And then as you scroll down, you see cryptocurrency addresses. You also see the snail mail address. There's the contact again. And then here's the Going Free game. Take a look at this. Have you all played the Go Free game? You can thank Fornull. This is glorious. Look how glorious the Eindelen is there. The key. to Western kind. You play the Go Free game. This will only get better. Play the game. If you have suggestions, make sure you reach out and share those suggestions. You actually might not be able to see that like I can, so I can do this to share it. But you can click on it where you saw it. There it is. You can click on it where you saw it on my website. Have a play. Introduce it to somebody in your world. Make suggestions for how to improve it. We can go back to home. You can scroll down. This is very simple. This is a nice, clean, simple website. Here at the bottom, links. These are all of my links. It's that easy. And then I have a couple here, Twitter, Facebook, Gab, making it easy to just go straight to those. But those are all my links there. Again, the contact, about what we're doing here. Again, the downloads from up above. Again, the financial gifts from up above. Then you have pages here. Go Free Translator. Have any of you availed yourself of that software? Again, we have the playlists here, links, the poetry reading. Let's have a look, one quick look at the translator. So we stayed on this page, so you all should be seeing it. You paste in what the anti-whites are saying. Then you, an Iberian writer, we thank for this. And then you click translate, and it will give you what you should be doing on your own. So it will help to educate you on how to do that. It's a great way. You have a friend with you. You can say, hey, let's go to the Go Free Translator. Let me show you something. Here's an article. Let me grab a paragraph. I'll put it in here. I'll hit translate, and we'll see what comes out. We'll see what is really being said here. These are excellent tools. Are you availing yourself of the tools that we have already created? Are you magnifying these things? I do have to make a quick change. So we will do this to make a quick change. And the sun has set here in the once great state of Virginia outside of Mordor on the Potomac, as you can see. Let me get to these comments, and I'm going to get to your financial gifts. Thank you, everybody, for who has financially gifted, and we're really going to celebrate those people. The only comments I have from this past week are from Lovely Porridge. He writes this, and then we'll get after the financial gifts and anything you may have written here. We'll get to the calls quickly. The fact that Jordan Peterson is so popular is a sad sign of how many broken men there are, just desperate for help. And the fact that they would turn to him for advice is another sad sign. If they don't know, what a real man is, how can they identify a real man to look up to and learn from? Unfortunately, I don't think it can be taught or learnt. You have to be raised and surrounded by a culture that values good men. I saw a TikTok video of a revolting gay soy boy claiming that the July 4th shooter was a product of masculinity. No, it's the absolute opposite. Just look at the guy's face. He was wearing a dress, for crying out loud. He is the poster boy and end product of anti-whiteism. I'll say monster, because I think for that word there, Porridge, the AI is listening. The monster is their creation, not masculinity. I also want to point out that being loud, reckless, messy, and low IQ is not masculinity. Amen to that. God, this description of masculinity, this like permissible for a time, is so objectionable to me. Like the guy that is the most obstreperous, dim-witted, beer-swilling idiot is the masculine one. He like barges into the room. There's a perfect word for it. It'll come back to me. And like barges into the room and talks over everybody. No, you are an animal. You belong in a barn. That is, you're not a man of the West behaving like that. As much as I enjoy monster truck rallies, these are more of a way to vent our stress and excess energy. A man who acts like he's at a monster truck rally everywhere is just stupid. Thank you, Porridge. And he wraps up with this. Have you noticed that a lot of these right-wing streamers have this tone of voice that makes them sound like a sarcastic teenager, as though they can never be sure if they are being ironic or not? The last syllable is always slurred down. The worst seem to be Jazz Hands, Jared Howe, Alsop, and maybe Fuentes. But maybe it's a regional thing. I think in the US, they call it a Valley Girl accent. It makes them sound as though they are insecure about making direct statements, which might be the case. But being an Aussie, I can't talk because often we inflect up at the end of a sentence, making everything sound like a question. Being able to speak and communicate properly is probably the most vital skill in every profession. Yet there is practically no instruction in school on developing proper speech, at least not public school. I don't think nowhere, Porridge. Thank you for everything that you're writing or that you wrote there. Well done. Well said. Let me jump on over. Porridge is a genius. Everybody knows it. Let's get into, get out your raucous emojis. Celebrate, celebrate, celebrate each other, because Western Sunrise financially gifted over here on Entropy, and God bless him, 50 Canadian bacon dollars. 50 Canadian dollars, and the Canadian bacon dollars, they taste the best. God bless you, man. Thank you for that. 50 Canadian bacon dollars. I need to have like a saying for every set of dollars, don't I? It would make it fun. It would make our gatherings more interesting. You'll have to help me because I haven't come up with one for everything. But I'll keep those raucous emojis out. Keep them out. Keep them loud. Keep them proud, along with the 07s. Let's get like a proper salute. Do you see these weird salutes? Nobody knows how to salute like a man of the West. You know what? It comes up, snaps down. That's how the proper salute goes. For America. Probably in the UK, they do this kind of a salute. Not my thing. The American salute is what I do. But we have raucous emojis and 07s out for Groundskeeper, who financially gifted 115 Crucible will bring your ass out of your lethargy dollars. 115 Crucible will bring your ass out of your lethargy dollars by Groundskeeper. God bless you. Thank you, brother. He writes with those $115. Good stream tonight, brother. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. We're ready to get mad. We're ready to make things start happening. Now, a man of the West, apparently, Porridge is right. They're just, and you can look everywhere. There aren't very many men of the West where they can be capable. I mean, you look at Peterson, for example. There's a clip of him that is shared everywhere, where it's him talking about, and it sounds just so ridiculous. I guess it's his accent. It's not his fault. But he's like, you have to be a monster. You have to be a monster and then control it. I mean, it just sounds ridiculous, right? Porridge, who's that going to inspire, right? You've got to be a monster. No, you don't got to be a monster. But he's right in this. This is one of the reasons why he's a Pied Piper, Judas Goat, Jordan Peterson. Because he's telling young men, a real man, and what he means is a man of the West, is capable of violence when it's necessary. but he's never off the hook. He's never out of control. And he doesn't have to show the violence to look tough ever. Certainly not in front of women, because that is just scary. Women and children, really dumb. My father, I can tell you some things about my father. A man of the West does not do that in front of anybody for performance, etc. He's capable of it. He can defend himself. He can defend his loved ones. And he has that fire that if it's necessary, he will light that fuse and ruin your world. And then he will immediately go back to normal. Just like the conversation that Kate unfortunately heard me having, the incident. He's in complete control. That's true. But you know who can't do that? Jordan Peterson. So he can tell you what's right, but he can't be it. In some cases, he can tell you what's right, but he can't be it. He's not it. You know, a man who can't keep himself off of all of these drugs, destroying his life, that's not a male. That's a male. That's not a man of the West. So you see, we have something that we strive for. We might fall short. You get up, you dust yourself off, and you get back to it, right? I am that, God damn it. I am that. So if you want to see more of that, you want to see more men of the West, you want to strive the same direction I am. I'm not the thing. I am there. The thing is what I'm driving for all the time. If I stumble, I'll get up and I'll keep moving toward the thing. Glory, man of the West. This is what it looks like. This is how it behaves. So if you just get in line, you head the same direction, you'll be able to be a man of the West. Men and women out there, fathers and mothers, you want your sons to be men of the West? You're going to have to introduce them to this, not to Jordan Peterson and these others. And by the way, men of the West, by being men of the West, white guys out there, by being men of the West, you will create women of the West out of the ether. They appear. They become what nature wanted them to become, which, as we know, can be a wide range of participants. They in Western civilization, as we are, as men are participants, they can be. Some of them will be contributors intellectually, but some of them will do, and many more of them will do, the far more important job, and that is homemaker and bearer of sons of the West. That means she'll have boys with a white man, and she will rear them up with that man to be men of the West. There is nothing more amazing on planet Earth, in my opinion, than that. And nothing more important. So, guys out there, you want there to be women of the West? Well, you got to be a man of the West. And we have the inside track on that. Let me swivel around. We'll get to these and we'll get to phone calls of anybody who wants to talk. We have the great white student transmission. Longtime participant. Guy's great. Financially gifting, $5. Thank you, good brother. And he writes folk tithe. He's got a little white fist and a smiley face. God bless you and thank you for your service to white well-being. We have the great Axis Mundi, who has shown up and just been endless participating. $15.07. Thank you so much. $15.07. Thank you for many forms of service to white well-being. 07. Thank you. A big salute back to you, brother. You are most welcome. I appreciate and deeply am grateful for your appreciation. We have Maki, get out your 07s and raucous emojis. Hit the $20 limit with a $25 financial gift. God bless you, Maki. All kinds of raucous emojis for you, brother. $25. And he writes here, Jared Taylor, that is suspicious about Jared Taylor. Yeah, I don't think it. I mean, you can make your own conclusions about what it means over the years, and why he has done this. And there are some other things that I'm just are things that I like the guy too much. I don't want to share. And he's been a great advocate for our people, a brilliant advocate for our people over the years. Much respect for him and all that he's done. Why he has never been interested in me and my work and speaking to Ameren or elsewhere, speak or writing for Ameren. I had articles rejected many years ago. Why? You can. I don't think it's anything that's like he's co-opted or anything like that. But yes, thank you very much for the financial gift. I appreciate it, especially there, because that is a painful thing. I think we all have had friends that we really like. We love them. And they're hurting us. And there's nothing really we could do about it. That's a man of the West. He has emotions. We're getting away from this old idea that men don't have emotions. They're just fungible things. They're expendable. Piss on that. A man's life is every bit as important as a woman's life. So forget about this. The thing about women and children first, it has to be amended. It has to really be amended, because if the woman is no longer of childbearing years, then the young men who haven't had an opportunity to live life, they go instead of her. I mean, forget about this women and children first bullshit. It has to be amended. Children who have not had the opportunity to live their lives first. Women who can still produce children and mother them with them. Senior citizens of either sex, too bad, too sad. Get out your raucous emojis. Get out your raucous emojis and your 07s. Because when you thought white student transmission had already done enough with all his service to white well-being, he decided to show you up. 50 God bless our white children dollars. 50 God bless our white children dollars, just financially gifted by white student transmission, a true champion, a true hero. $50. And he writes, for the ads that I'm going to be continuing to run on Gab now. We're going to, ad-wise, we're going to own that place. And now there's no place. Twitter's not going to be the place to go for people anymore. More and more are going to be going to Gab. And that actually makes me happy on another level, that I don't know Torba, never talked to him before. He re-gabbed me several times, thanks to Tall Kevin's efforts. And when you think you're not doing anything, look at what happened with Tall Kevin. And oh geez, we got to get quick. We might only be able to take one phone call, but he's built Gab, he's struggled, he's worked at it. I feel for the guy. And then it suddenly looked like Gab was going to be valueless because Musk was going to come in. Why doesn't Musk come in? Why can't Musk see that Twitter is the moon and not the sun? Why doesn't he come in and finance? Why? Because I told you why Musk was doing it, in my opinion. And I still believe I'm right on that. It doesn't have to do with free speech. It has to do with, this is where I vent and fight back against the media and the like. And so I don't want to get kicked off. That's all it was. We have JK160. Keep out your raucous emojis and your salutes. He hit the $20 mark. $20 JK160. Financially gifting here. $20 20 for our white family dollars. Thank you for that, good sir. He says, for white well-being. God bless you. I deeply appreciate that. Let me swivel around here This has been a night, hasn't it? Well, we had another $1 gift from the great, you know him well, folks. This guy's a genius. He's a philosopher. $1 financial gift from the great Slots. He writes, anti-whites and feminists want to douse that fire. The fire that we're creating. Is that what you mean? They want to douse the fire that we're creating? The fire that we're, metaphorical fire that we're going to use to get through the Iron Curtain set by anti-whites and the Iron Curtain set by folks in the white sympathetic sphere when it comes to the good work we're doing? Or what else? You could jump over in the question Talk Heaven widget to let me know. We are rapidly running out of time, so I'm going to make a call here. Let's see. Who is... Oh, I got to check over here, too, to make sure. I want to see if anybody had asked for a call tonight. If not, then it will be with Mr. V, if he's available. Let's see. Online storage over there at Odyssey had some unhappy words for Jared Taylor. And let's see. Online storage saying, Jason, you might consider advertising on the online radio station Speak Free Radio, I think is what it says. They also might be interested in carrying your content. Well, I'll check them out. Thank you for letting me know about them. And if they have a nice big audience, might be a great direction to go. I appreciate you letting me know. Jack McDaniels is here. Mangus is here over there on D Live. Great to see all the little Pepes over there. All happy Pepes for our victory in service to white well-being. I will grab this and see. I see that Baldur has left me a message, not about a call, but I will check that message out. And let's see here. We do have Mr. V, and I will place a call to Mr. V right now. See if he's available.
Hey, brother.
There he is. How are you doing, good sir? And what is on your mind?
I'm doing well. How are you, brother?
Oh, I'm excited. I'm fired up. I mean, I'm getting over this illness, which may or may not be COVID. And so I'm delighted about that. Getting some energy back, breathing a little bit more air, less liquid. And, but I'm ready to just make more things happen. Double down, triple down, get excited attitude. And especially with the advertising, I'll advertise about the Going Free clubs as well. We're going to be reaching people. We're going to get through this iron curtain that has been lain by folks who are supposed to be our friends. And folks are stepping up. I mean, and financially gifting and saying they're going to support the effort too. So very happy about that. But what's on your mind, man?
That's fantastic, brother. And we really appreciate all the work that you do trying to support other people in the sphere as well. And last time when you were talking about, you were just so on fire, even though you're sick. And we really appreciate you doing this, brother, overcoming sickness and illness and fatigue and everything. Just nothing stops you. It's amazing. But it was so good to hear you being fired up, brother, because, it's about damn time. It's like a story of, a man who's right, but everyone does him wrong. And I just want that happy ending where, you win and everyone who stood in our way is essentially forgotten about, quite frankly.
Amen to that. I really like that, man. I think, yeah, the man who's right and done wrong, and I can be, the avatar for all of us who have had that in our lives, and especially those of us who have started going free, having success, endeavoring to share that with others, and it's just folks getting in the way. We have enough of a hard time with the anti-whites who own and run everything getting in the way. We shouldn't have to face this sort of resistance elsewhere.
So I hope that I can be victorious and folks can vicariously celebrate and experience that victory as well, as we climb further and further and over this iron curtain and to those audiences, especially these audiences that are so drunk with on their fear, with doom divination and everything else that we're talking about tonight. We have to reach these people and pull them out of that malaise to make them effective agents for white well-being.
No, absolutely. Yeah. We have to reach more people. There's no way around it. Yeah, we absolutely have to reach more people. And everyone is tired of what is offered by the white sympathetic sphere. And we also have some of the best people, and we're attracting more and more. So we're bringing more people into the GFCs as well. More people are reading the book. I'm seeing more people join book club, and I'm seeing more good things happening, even more activity. So that's fantastic. Do you mind, brother, if I quickly mention a couple of things about the GFCs?
Please go right ahead, man.
Okay, so I will go GFC by GFC and mention who is in charge of that GFC. I think that by doing so, I'll give people, a bit of what they can expect. So Anglo-America runs the Midwest GFC. He's currently busy. He's, got life stuff going on, but his GFC is still active. We share their events from other GFCs. So anyone who is listening to me right now and is in his GFC, you're more than welcome to join any of the events that Patrick or I post there. Please do so. But Anglo-America is a great guy, and he wants to do public meetings, and that will happen as soon as he's finished with what's keeping him busy right now. That's the other thing too. We try to help each other. Things come along the way. All these people are already super busy, but then they go out of their way to grab something else to do. It's quite astounding. Like, we have the best guys. We seriously do.
Yeah.
So that's Anglo-America. His GFC is the Midwest GFC. And if you scroll down into the video description, you'll see it there. GFC of the US Midwest at protonmail.com. Patrick of Southtown, he runs the California GFC. Patrick is a huge help. He's been on vettings with me. We've tested out, vetting team, which was quite interesting. And I've spoken with you, brother, about how we do vetting team and people's roles and everything like that. And that worked out great. We did that with Larry, and Larry now has one member in his GFC, the Arizona GFC, and we'll hopefully bring in more people. So, but yeah, Patrick does a lot of great work. He really looks out for the interests of the community. I think Patrick is a great force. He does a lot of things that people don't even know about. So big shout out to Patrick.
Yeah.
If you're looking for a GFC where it's like the guy's always on fire, then it's Patrick's GFC, because he's always like hyperactive. He's got like the energy of like a 16-year-old. It's insane. And his GFC is the California GFC. So Patrick is a great leader. He hosts tons of events. He did karaoke night. He helps me with other events as well. So his is the California GFC, and he's got quite a few people. He did his book club today. We got more people on there, and everyone was sharing what was happening with them. It's just great because you hear about wins that people have,
right?
And you predict these wins. They tell you about, I met with friends or family or whatever, and it's not what you would expect in other spheres. Oh, how did it go? Oh, you defending yourself again, blah blah. No, it's just, oh yeah, I won. It's like, oh yeah, I could have guessed that. I could have guessed that. But it's just a wins overdose. So Patrick hosts a great GFC, and he's great at book club. His book clubs keep getting better and better, and that's kind of like the core of a GFC, in my opinion, is you got to get the book club down. Yeah. Either start one or help someone in your GFC to start a book club. That's crucial, because you got to be doing the practice. You have to. The practice isn't just spreading the lexicon.
You're absolutely right.
The well-being culture and the white well-being community. Yeah, that's part of the practice. So Patrick's GFC is the California GFC, california.gfc@gmail.com. Again, don't worry about writing it down. Just go into the video description and it'll be there. Lycomedes, he runs the Norway GFC. That's ngfc@protonmail.com. And he's the one who ventured out into comment sections and started trying to get people for his GFC. So I thought that was quite interesting. He did as his ancestors, and he went out into the online seas out there, and he went to get people.
Nice.
So yeah, check out the Norway GFC, ngfc@protonmail.com. Iberianrider, who did the Go Free Translator, who does the translations for Spanish, he hosts the Southwestern European GFC. So if you are a Westman and you speak either Portuguese, Italian, or Spanish, whether you are in those countries or you are diaspora, or you're just a Westman who speaks the language, you are more than welcome. And the focus is on translating the lexicon. And you can reach him at iberianrider@protonmail.com. Franklin, who you know, brother, and you met with, Franklin's a great guy. Patrick and I were joking around the other day that he's Inspector LK, Inspector Gadget, because he knows so much about the white sympathetic sphere.
That's cool.
He knows a lot about it.
Yeah.
That's you're saying, bro?
No, I was just saying that's really cool.
Yeah, he knows a lot about it, and he knows the traps that they go for. And here's the thing: I love hearing about his engagements with ant gnats and cold gnats, because he doesn't shy away from that kind of oratorical combat. You know what I mean?
Right.
He really dishes it out to them. He's out there on the front lines. So big salute to Franklin. And if you want to join his GFC, it's virginiagfc@protonmail.com. virginiagfc@protonmail.com. No White Guilt Clips, which everyone knows and loves. The real Morpheus, the true Morpheus.
Yes.
He runs the New England GFC. Yeah, absolutely. He runs the New England GFC, and he's the fellow responsible for, bringing us RC the Realist, whose music you played earlier today. And RC is also joining us in the events. It's fantastic.
Cool.
So another musician that we've brought in. So if you want to join No White Guilt Clips, the New England GFC, it's newenglandgfc@gmail.com. Western Associate, who runs the Florida GFC, he has his own website. He wants to help people with promoting white positive businesses. His GFC is primarily focused on outreach, right? Kind of purging anti-whiteism from the economy and the marketplace. So if you want to find out more about that, contact him at flgfc@protonmail.com. FL, short form for Florida, gfc@protonmail.com. flgfc@protonmail.com. And he can explain it far better than I can, so I'll let him do so when you contact him. Baldur, who runs the Christian GFC. Now, I'm not a Christian, but I'll say, if you had to choose between church and attending Baldur's GFC, you should attend Baldur's GFC, because he's talking to Christians. He's working on MCs for MPs that use Christianity or use religion to try and reach anti-white conclusions. So he's out there. He's changing minds, and he's interacting with things and trying to do Bible study from a white positive perspective. That's huge. Your priest can't do that. He just can't. He might be a great guy, but he cannot do that. There's things that he can't do, right, that Baldur can do.
Yeah.
So join the Christian GFC. Yeah, absolutely. Join the Christian GFC at protonmail.com. And then the latest GFC is Larry's GFC, the Arizona GFC. And like I said, he's already got a member, so you won't be alone if you want to join in. Now's the time to join the Arizona GFC. Larry's great. We did a vetting with him. He's a pro. He's really good at vetting. Keeps people in kind of a state of flow, and it's just a very natural conversation. That's the other thing too. Vettings aren't like state your name and date of birth and none of this nonsense. It's just it's a conversation. It's very relaxed, and we try to keep it that way. So if you're in Arizona and you want to join Larry's GFC, he wants to focus on public meetings, right? But first, we have to get people in the GFCs, vet them, get to know them a little bit better, and then the public meetings will come. If you want to join his GFC, Arizona GFC@protonmail.com. arizonagfc at protonmail.com. And then we have the Tennessee GFC, and that's Promethean Promulgation. And brother, if you're listening to me, there was the Rogers outage here in Canada. So on the day we were supposed to have our collab call, I couldn't contact you because I was without internet access for 24 hours. And it wouldn't have helped if I went anywhere else. It was nationwide. So please get back to me. I sent you an email on Proton Mail, and yeah, I look forward to talking with him, because then we're going to set up the Tennessee GFC.
Nice.
So that's about it as far as GFC updates go. We're having a lot of fun. We're doing a lot of events. We're on, let me see, what movie? I believe we're on the 17th movie for movie night.
Wow.
And yeah, it's The Departed. We had a few lag issues, so next week we're still going to have to watch the rest of The Departed. We only got to about an hour and a half. Before that, we did Top Gun.
Cool.
So yeah, we're going through movies, trying to get to the most important movies that everyone loves. Like, people love Martin Scorsese movies. I like Martin Scorsese movies, but goddamn, are they full of MPs?
Wow.
It's insane. So we have now an increasing, an expanding amount of data on MPs and anti-white narratives from all these various movies.
That's really wonderful, because that exercise, looking at movies, TV shows, etc., and identifying the MPs, really empowers a person. Being able to see it in a movie or in a TV show or in a book, they will, and it's easiest when, like, you have like this movie a night that Mr. V is doing here, folks, because you have other people are present watching, and you can learn from them what they're identifying. And I have found that you'll see things in a movie or in a story that you would not have seen, once you're actively looking for them, you would not have seen in yourself until you see it in a movie or in a TV show. And then you suddenly realize, oh my God, I was infected with that idea. I believe that idea. And in my mind, that voice is circulating in my subconscious mind. I'm going to have to specifically deal with that mean pathogen. So it's a very powerful exercise to do. And you really, folks, if you want to learn quick and you want to be shocked quick, to actively, because that's what we do here with the Go Free Method, use the conscious mind. You're thinking the whole time. You're not allowing the subconscious mind and what you've learned to operate your life. When you actively watch and participate and are identifying these things, you will be stunned to death. The first couple of times, and as you get better at it, you'll discover that your entire world is encased in meme pathogens, anti-white ideas with their attendant emotions and etc. that are ruining your existence and Western civilization. It's very straightforward. It's very easy to understand, but it's a way to really. It's like maybe teaching people for the first time. If somebody had never gotten dizzy by spinning in their life, they had never spun in place or with the thing where they put their head down on a baseball bat and whatever it is, they don't know what dizziness is. And somebody shows you that for the first time, and suddenly you see the world is just humming around you. That is what it can be like. It can be that shocking for folks. I mean, like Mr. V's talking about here, loves the movies, and holy God, I got to stop the movie like every minute and 30 seconds because there's another MP and then another MP and another MP. This is how you'll learn. And we're going to see people who are going to come forward. They're going to be treating themselves for their infections that are nothing more than learned ideas that are in your subconscious mind, is circulating in your brain. You're going to see people, white folks, who have tremendous native capabilities in various things. And we're going to observe as soon as they begin treating themselves, suddenly that treasure trove, that treasure chest is unlocked, and you're going to see talent like you can't even fathom. The things that Western kind has always been capable of. So maybe you're one of those people, but you're certainly one of the people, because it's all of us, that have had our innate abilities, physical, mental, and spiritual, undermined by a lifetime, and the most important part of that lifetime, the very beginning when we're very young, undermined by ideas that corrupt our understanding of ourselves, abilities, and destinies as a people, and therefore as individuals who are members of that people. You can't escape it. Mr. V, your final thoughts?
Absolutely. And what you did was so genius, brother. Not a political movement, not a religion, nothing. You went straight for the source of power, which is our biospirit. You went straight for that. You went straight for unleashing that, Prometheus box, if you will, that potential. And that was the right move. That was the key winning move. What you said before, that you knew if you unleashed that potential, champions would come forward and our people would come forward and we would be able to do it. Please spread nowhiteguilt.org everywhere. Seriously, when you make a comment, when you respond to someone, spread it everywhere. We have to be sending people to the website. Anytime you do any kind of outreach work individually or in a team, you have to be sending them somewhere. Otherwise they're like a man in a desert island who sees the big boat far away and just waving, hey, come and rescue me. But you just pass by, you go, and you don't pick them up. Right. You do nothing. They're atomized. Yep. We got to bring them together. Or what? They hear an MC and then they're just going to get bombarded with MPs that same day.
Yep.
No, we got to bring them to nowhiteguilt.org. That's the way. So thank you so much, brother, for everything that you do.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for everything you do. Yeah.
No, finish up.
Oh, and just massive thank you to every single person who stepped up to run a GFC. I really appreciate you guys. We have just the best guys, super fun guys, great guys. Ladies, I wouldn't wait too long. Guys of this quality, they're going to go fast. Start moving, ladies. That's what I would say. And remember, like Mr. Kuna said, a woman who's white positive, massive points, be pleasant, tap into your feminine energy, rediscover what femininity is again. And, you'll get any guy that you want in the white positive sphere. And we have fantastic guys. Thanks to all of them for running the GFC. Thanks to everybody who joined the GFC. And thanks to everybody who does any bit of work, no matter how simple, for the well-being of our people.
Amen to that. Thank you, brother. Promethean hails to you.
Promethean hails, brother.
Right, bye-bye. Wow. What an epic person Mr. V is. We're going to wrap it up because we are going to be hitting in just a moment that mark where the amount of post-show is almost doubled, and we don't want to do that. Over here in the question widget, we had Slots follow up with specifically dousing the fire of our ability to defend ourselves, the male awareness of imperilment. Yeah, indeed. Not listening to, when what's been created. And we just did a big show on going free roll-in on where I was on heavy OTC medication and on cue almost. Where we talked about women being further empowered by the state to crush and ruin and destroy the lives of our men. Our men are have more of, on the average, an innate ability to foresee imperilment, danger on the horizon. And you think of it as this way. Many people have described it as, men are, their vision is set further out, and a woman's closer in. And that makes sense, so that when they come together, it's like this perfect key. They complement each other. They're never supposed to be competing with each other. The nature God would not do that. They come together as like a perfect key. And so that means men have things that they have to do. In our opinion, we have an optimal scenario. Women have things that they have to do. Again, in our opinion, we believe in it. We hold an optimal scenario, and we strive for that. And we understand when people don't make it the distance. But nonetheless, this empowerment of women, socially and legally, has so overwhelmed the male and the male role that there are just males in the house. And these women who complain, I got to do a show on that alone. But these women who complain about their males not being men, I just find infuriating. I find that really infuriating, because those same exact women will resort to this social power, and they do so not by calling, obviously by calling on those things, but they don't have to call on legal assistance or social assistance, female domination in society. They can merely browbeat the guy, and the guy knows that he can't put his foot down, because if he does, she's got recourse to all of that power. Really quick, the great Alma Lahar, $13.37 financial gift. God bless you, brother. I think that is all of our financial gifts. That is Alma Lahar again. I think we played a song last week. It was wonderful being with you all as time ticks down. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make this a real productive week and do big things in service to white well-being. Let's make sure that the world feels the quaking under their feet, and that by the time they look out and realize that it is the titans of Western kind return to take back our destiny, it will be far too late for them. I love you all. Let's go free.